Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning for today's ceremony of memory. This is Temple Beth David's 12th annual Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, Vigil of Remembrance. And during the next 12 hours, we will hear from our spiritual leaders and guest speaker and read the names of Holocaust martyrs and of the righteous among the nations. This year is different. Since October 7th, hate has risen again, like the most bitter bile in society's throat. The oldest bigotry may be new to some, but not for us. We know and we remember. We remember all too well, and we know the end to which it has led before. And this makes the harbingers of the horrors of the 1930s and 1940s all the more immediate to us. We are shocked, hurt, fearful, and yes, outraged and angry and defiant too. But we are also resolved, and we're strong in our resolve. And as Rabbi Ben Simon has often told us, we are here, we're staying, and we will be all right. But that can only happen if we actively remember, as we will today. And it can only happen if we unabashedly and unreservedly call out and fight anti-Semitism whenever and wherever we find it. Whether we find it in the double standard, whether we find it in the denial and in the gaslighting of all of us, whether we find it in the denial of Jew hatred, but the affirmation of Israel hatred, whether we find it in the denial of Israel hatred, but the hatred of Zionism, whether we find ourselves being denied that very movement, Zionism, by which we exercise our right of self-determination. It's our own national liberation movement, seeking nothing further but what all people have, our existence and our prosperity in an independent state of our own, in our ancestral homeland that predates even the advent of Christianity or Islam. Even when we are told that certain words and attitudes and phrases do not truly mean what we know them in our very DNA to mean and to intend. And it can only happen if we are allied with true people of faith and friends of goodwill and loving hearts as we are today. Temple Beth David is blessed to have friends from the gathering place, and then later this afternoon we will also be joined by our friends from the Church of St. Paul of the Cross. And once more, we're so appreciative of having you with us here today, and we're especially grateful to Rabbi Ben Simon, Rabbi Eisenman, Pastor Zotero, and guest speaker Ariel Schwartz. We'll begin this morning with our new rabbi, but long-time treasured and much-loved spiritual leader of whom we are all so proud, Rabbi Danielle Ben Simon.
Thank you, Len. Shoah is a biblical Hebrew word for catastrophe. Yom HaShoah is the Jewish community's day for internal reflection on the catastrophic elimination of over 6 million Jews. Yom HaShoah is an opportunity to educate children, share stories, honor victims of the Holocaust, and recognize the accomplishments of survivors. With as many as 100 plus living hostages still in captivity in Gaza, and pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel protests agitating college campuses across the United States and Europe, this year's Yom HaShoah arrives during a particularly tense moment for global Jewry. There are very clear connective threads that remind us of the Holocaust because of the experience of October 7th, including Jews hiding in safe rooms, parents being separated from children, and victims being mutilated, then killed. And just as our brave students on campuses across our country are standing strong, Yeshiva University President Rabbi Ari Berman recently stated that, and I quote, "Serving as witnesses to the horrors of the Nazis will give context to the roots of anti-Semitism and help inform why we must continue to condemn anti-Semitism from Eastern Europe to U.S. college campuses." In a recent interview, my colleague, Rabbi Noah Farkas, who is the reigning CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Los Angeles, taught that the dramatic rise in anti-Semitic instances and the failures of some friends and many political leaders to denounce the attack and fully support Israel and the Jewish people echo the ancient sorrows of a biblical poet, of a biblical prophet and poet, the prophet Ezekiel, which we heard from yesterday during our Haftarah, which Rabbi Michael Meyerstein lovely chanting, and Ezekiel's metaphor of the valley of dry bones. Ezekiel sees his temple destroyed. He wanders into the desert bereft and comes upon a valley of death. Rabbi Farkas suggests that the lesson from Ezekiel this Holocaust Remembrance Day is not giving in to despair. I quote Rabbi Farkas, "Resurrection of the dead, literally or figuratively," he says, "begins with the resurrection of hope." What he means is while dealing with anti-Semitism, unfortunately, is part of what it means to be Jewish, it doesn't define Jews. We are defined by our love of life, by our joy, and by incredible acts of loving kindness. And so I'd like to share with you a prayer for Yom HaShoah, which was composed by Chief Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory and published April 4th, 2013. Today on Yom HaShoah, we remember the victims of the greatest crime of man against man, the young, the old, the innocent, the 1.5 million children starved, shot, given lethal injections, gassed, burned, and turned to ash because they were deemed guilty of the crime of being different. We remember what happens when hate takes hold of the human heart and turns it to stone. What happens when victims cry for help and there is no one listening? What happens when humanity fails to recognize that those who are not in our image are none the less in God's image? We remember and pay tribute to the survivors who bore witness to what happened and to the victims so that robbed of their lives, they would not be robbed also of their deaths. We remember and give thanks for the righteous of the nations who saved lives, often at risk of their own, teaching us how in the darkest night we can light a candle of hope. Today, on Yom HaShoah, We call on you, Almighty God, to help us hear your voice that says in every generation, do not murder. Do not stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. Do not oppress the stranger. We know that whilst we do not have the ability to change the past, we can change the future. We know that whilst we cannot bring the dead back to life, we can ensure their memories live on and that their deaths were not in vain. And so, on this Yom HaShoah, we commit ourselves to one simple act, Yizkor, remember. May the souls of the victims be bound in the bond of everlasting life. And let us say Amen. And the Hebrew Yizkor prayer for martyrs and the 6 million I would like to chant now to conclude. I invite us all to rise if we are able. Yizkor Elohim et nishmot kol acheinu b'nei Yisrael shemasru et nafsham al kiddush Hashem ואת הנשים, נשים וטף, שנחנקו ושנשרפו ושנהרגו בשואה. בעבור שאנו מתפללים בעד הזכרת נשמתם, אנא ישמע בחיינו את גבורתם ומסירותם, ויראה במעשינו טוהר ליבם, ותהיינה נפשותיהם צרורות בצרור החיים, ותהי מנוחתם כבוד, שובע שמחות את פניך, נעימות בימינך נצח, ונאמר Amen. May God remember the souls of the martyrs of our people who gave their lives for the sanctification of God's name, and the men, women, and children who were murdered, slaughtered, burned, and killed in the Holocaust. In their memory we pray. May our lives reflect a measure of their bravery, dedication, and purity of soul. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May they be remembered with honor, and may they rest in peace at your right hand forever. And let us say Amen.
Be seated, please. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you very much. I do want to say that each year Barbara and I are privileged to have the support of Rabbi Ben Simon and of our executive director, Bobby Sadow, in having this event come together, which I think is important and in all of our hearts, and we're grateful for that. And also to my left, we have our rescued Holocaust Torah scroll. It belonged to a congregation in Tarnow, in the town of Tarnow, in what is now the Czech Republic, a congregation probably not unlike ours. We are its custodians. We care for it and we love it and we keep it holy. We'll continue now. Rabbi Deborah Eisenman is Temple Beth David Scholar in Residence, and her scholarship, passion, her kindness, they move all who know her. and we're so grateful that she's a member of our Temple Beth David family. Rabbi Eisenman?
Thank you, Len. Boker Tov. Good morning to you all. I'm just going to share with you a story which I believe captures the spirit of any Yom HaShoah vigil. Shortly after World War II and the Holocaust, an anti-Semitic professor stood before his students. He was also an atheist, and he said to his students, "Did God create everything?" And a very religious student stood up and said, "Of course, God created everything." So the professor said, "Well, then God must be evil." And so a voice from the back of that huge hall said, "Professor, may I ask you a question?" And the professor said, "Sure." The voice said, "Can we measure darkness?" And the professor said, "I don't know." And the voice said, "No, we can't measure darkness. We can only measure the beams of light, how much light travels." It's humans that call the absence of light darkness. And so the same can be said with God. It is humans that label evil. It is humans that cause destruction. But when there is goodness, that is the presence of God's light. And that person that called out from behind, that was Albert Einstein. All of us can be Einsteins. We can always say that the light can shine through. And even God said, "Vayomer Elohim, Yehi Or, Vayehi Or." And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. We, sitting here today, and those online and beyond, are the decisors of whether we will pursue evil or we will bring light. So each of us who lights a candle today stabs the darkness, stabs the human-created evil in the heart, and says, as Rabbi Sachs said, "Yizkor, remember, the darkness can find light." Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Eisenman. For the past year, we here at Temple Beth David have felt so grateful and fulfilled to have experienced the mitzvah of coming to know the people of the gathering place and of sharing with them this sacred space in which we both, in our own ways, try to raise and bring ourselves closer to holiness. Their leader is a person of spirituality, empathy, and authenticity, and we are blessed that he has become our good friend, Pastor Michael Zotero.
Well, greetings, friends, brothers and sisters. I bring you greetings from the gathering place, but also I want to share a little bit of my heart with you today. Last year was my first experience going on this journey with you, and I want to share some things that I shared with other people when they ask me, why do we do this? Many of this things you know this, but sadly, the people that I interact with in our community, even in my church, things are still not clear. As we all know, the Holocaust was a stain on humanity, a horrific chapter in human history, and that we must never forget. And sadly, the modern Western mentality that many people have that even I wrestle with inside is that we're not good at remembering. We want to move on to the very next thing, especially even in our Bible studies in the church. Whenever we get to the list of names, we're all too quickly just to turn the page and not even read them. So as I share with my congregation and anyone that asks and needs to know, as we gather to hear the names of those lost, we remember that their stories echo a profound tragedy of lives that were extinguished, families that were shattered, and a community that will never be the same. And as a Christian, I stand before you with deep sorrow and a profound sense of responsibility, because we must acknowledge the role that anti-Semitism and prejudice played in paving the way for this unimaginable evil. And therefore we must stand firmly against any form of hatred, bigotry, or violence directed toward the Jewish people and the state of Israel. It's not an option. So the reading of these names is a sacred act, because each name represents a life, a story, a loved one. And as we listen, let us remember that they were not just numbers, but they were people with dreams. And it serves as a constant reminder of how fragile life is and how we have to hold on to human dignity. But I also think about how their memory calls us to be dedicated to building a world where such atrocities never happen again. We like to say this a lot, but seeing what's happening in our current world, it seems like we have forgotten that message. And now it's even getting more close to home for me as I think about my 4-year-old son, who is starting already at this early age to ask questions about his family history. Who are we? Where did we come from? Why do we speak a different language than the kids in his school? And as I begin to look back with him so that he can go forward, I also have to acknowledge with him in my own family history, the story of our family, of our Ukrainian heritage, of the generations that have fought to try to protect our ancestral land from people that said that, hey, you don't have a right to exist. I'm going to have to acknowledge that at some point I'm going to have to tell my son that his great-grandma was taken into a forced labor camp by Nazis, that his grandfather was born as a displaced person in a displaced person camp in Rosenheim, Germany, and tell him the story of our immigration. And then right now he's already asking questions about my wife's mother and my wife's family, who are not Ukrainian but are from Ukraine. They're Crimean Tatars, and so their story is one where Catherine the Great came and saw the Crimean Peninsula and said, this is a beautiful land as long as these people didn't live here, and they need to leave. I have to explain to my son why my wife was born in Uzbekistan, because Stalin thought that Tatar people shouldn't exist. They were a pollutant to the land, and so my wife's grandmother was put in a cattle car and sent to Uzbekistan. And then, after they were granted the permission to come home, again, history repeats itself with a Russian invasion, and our family had to flee and start all over again. The sad thing is that people don't really know your story, what you really value, and they don't know our story. And sadly, the media is completely ignorant of our culture, our language, our history. And sadly, they have the audacity to question our identity and our rights to self-determination in our own ancestral land. So today, as we come together, to me, this is an act of defiance. It's an act of hope for a future that needs to come now. That we have to be united in our fight against hatred and to pursue a future where every life is cherished and protected. You know, MLK said it more beautifully, and I'll just summarize Martin Luther King Jr. when he said that, we don't fight hate with hate. but we overcome hate with love. And I am thankful, deeply thankful for the signs of hope that I've experienced by being together with you. Again, it seems like history kind of repeats itself, because I remember as a little boy when my father and I were walking and some people gave some awful anti-Semitic talk, which is sometimes very common among some Ukrainian people. And my dad pulled me aside and he said, "You are not ever to talk like that with those friends, and I don't want you to even play with those kids." He said, because when my family came to the United States in Philadelphia, it was the Jewish people that helped us get established. And they were the only ones that offered us help so that we could even buy our own home. Fast forward many generations later on, I'm pastoring a church called The Gathering Place. And the leadership of Temple Beth David said, "You know what? We want to offer you a place where you can call home and grow." And this 1 year together has changed us. It has changed me and has given me an opportunity to stand with you, to stand with Israel, to stand with the Jewish people in ways that I never imagined. And so all I can say is that, yes, what has happened, especially in recent history since October 7th, it has caused us to question, has caused me to question, what is going on in this world. But when we come together, when we serve together, and when we love each other, I have hope. And as we read these names today, let us hold on to our hearts and hold them in our hearts. Let their memory inspire us. And let us continue to not give up and to know that compassion and understanding and peace will win. There will be peace in Israel. And God will be glorified and love will fill our hearts. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Mike, for those moving words. Thank you. A few words now about our guest speaker. She is Ariel Schwartz. Ariel graduated Mount Holyoke College with a degree in art history and religious studies, and is also a graduate of the French Culinary Institute, where she received a diploma in pastry arts. She's worked as a pastry chef and a chocolatier in kitchens including those of Bobby Flay and Wolfgang Puck. She's currently the Learning and Development Manager at the Standard Highline in New York City. Some of you know her from the virtual class in arugula making that she held for Temple Beth David during the pandemic, or from the in-person chocolate seminar and tasting she conducted for our Sisterhood's annual special event. And I hope that you will understand that a father's pride compels me to tell you also that Ariel is Barbara's and my daughter, and along with her siblings is our proudest achievement. Today her topic is different. Ariel was named for her great-uncle, who at 16 years of age was murdered in Auschwitz. Her paternal grandfather, about whom you will hear a bit today, was one of her most ardent champions and taste testers. He survived Auschwitz. Ariel is a volunteer speaker for 3G New York. Its mission, and hers, is to perpetuate the memory of the Holocaust by bringing to young people in schools throughout the greater New York area and even beyond stories of the people in their lives who were directly involved in the Shoah and their own journeys to conveying those stories. Ariel?
Hi, good morning. Couple questions for the group. Raise your hand if you in this room were related to somebody or you were somebody who was directly impacted by the Holocaust. Now raise your hand
if this was about a family member of yours, if you remember how you learned that information. Considerably less hands. My grandfather, Harry Schwartz, as my father said, was a Holocaust survivor, and I can tell you that after 38 years in the household with my parents, I don't actually remember how I came to know that. And I asked my parents, over there, them too, and they don't remember how they told me. Only that they did it gradually and with some age-appropriate filtering. But I only remember knowing that I've always known. I don't remember a time when I didn't know this remarkable thing about my grandfather. His survival was always significant to me and for me, and had you asked me, I wouldn't have been able to verbalize why. Not really. What I would have told you was that my namesake, my great-uncle Abraham Matthew, was killed in Auschwitz, and I figured that having his name imbued me with some of his qualities and his talents and facets of his personality. In some ways, carrying his name and his memory puts me that much closer to the events of the Holocaust and surely to my grandfather. Frankly, I still believe this. And while neither one of us would have said it out loud to anyone else or to each other, it certainly created a special bond between my grandfather and I that did not exist with him and my siblings or with him and his other grandchildren. Now, as I grew up, I did try to find out more, but not from my grandpa Harry. I didn't want to dredge that up for him. When I was younger, I didn't want to make him sad. As an adult, I wanted our relationship to be about other things. So instead, I asked my dad, and he told me what he knew. And I read a lot of autobiographies of other survivors and histories. In a way, I wanted to see if I could see him in those stories. But now fast forward, when I was in my 20s, I joined this type of support group with 5 other young women. And this essentially therapy group was focused specifically of the impact on the Holocaust on us. And we were all 20-somethings. We were all 3Gs. Now, if you're not familiar with this term 3G, don't worry, I certainly wasn't. But 3G stands for third generation Holocaust survivor. It refers specifically to the grandchildren of Holocaust survivors. So if there are 3Gs, then there are 2Gs, the category that my dad falls into. And now, as my generation gets married and has their own children, there are 4Gs, the great-grandchildren of survivors. This term was new to me at the time, but it did introduce a new idea to me. We talked about everything that we inherited from our survivor grandparents compared to any non-survivor grandparents that we had, and the very real transmission of their trauma. The bottom line is, I learned that in this group, being a 3G means I have a direct connection and relationship with the Holocaust. It's not a feeling, it's a fact. And until that time and with that group, I had never considered that my position in any of this mattered. I endured nothing. It wasn't about me, I wasn't a survivor. It was about my grandpa Harry and my great-uncle Abraham Matthew and my great-grandparents Laid and Chana and their relatives and their friends. But as the population of survivors now diminishes, and specifically for me in the years since my grandfather has passed away, it became very clear to me that as it happens, my seat at the table and my voice hold a great deal of weight. I just didn't know why or what to do with it. Only after my grandfather died, in my mid-20s, did I watch his recorded interview for the HaShoah Foundation. And I understood really how much I didn't know about what he had been through and who he had to be to make it. But that was all in my 20s. Some time has passed since then. One day, about 2 years ago, would have been about 36, I was scrolling on LinkedIn, as one does, and I came across an article an acquaintance of mine had reposted about an organization called 3GNY. This is one of a number of organizations in the United States geared specifically at the grandchildren of Holocaust survivors. This particular one is an educational nonprofit founded by 3Gs with the mission to educate diverse communities about the perils of intolerance, using the stories of the Holocaust and to provide a haven and a forum for other descendants like myself. It recognizes that we are the last living link to the Holocaust because we, for the most part, and there are exceptions, are the last generation to experience the survivors and their stories firsthand. From here on out, again, for the most part, anyone hearing about the Holocaust will be hearing about it indirectly through books, through movies, through media, and through us. In New York alone, there are 5,000 members of 3GNY, and it doesn't end there. There are connected organizations in Boston, DC, Philly, New Jersey, Miami, Detroit, San Francisco, Canada, and Los Angeles. And in 2023, these organizations formally came under the umbrella of Living Links, a partner of the USC HaShoah Foundation, with the goal to foster the forming of more of these groups in other cities and to continue to empower 3Gs across the country to create enduring communities and to share our family stories. I was immediately drawn not to the group specifically, but to one of the programs that they hold, which they hold, and it's called We Do. We Do is a contraction that is short for We Educate, and it is a 4-part class that helps 3Gs to research and construct their grandparents' stories so that it can be shared with any group of people, but more commonly with a classroom of students as young as 9 and as old as 18. So I signed up for the next group. And I didn't really think about it. It was something I just did, a very visceral reaction on my part, which I'm not apt to do. But I wanted to do it. And a few months later, in the summer of 2022, I did. Now, a lot resulted from my participation in We Do. I heard from other 3Gs the huge spectrum of survivor experiences. Even with my reading, it was more extensive than I had realized, encompassing escapees, refugees, resistance fighters, concentration camp captives, those hiding in plain sight by changing their identities. Tangibly, I learned to format the structure of Harry's story and where I could draw parallels that would make it relatable today and for youth. And for the first time, I really did my research. I watched my grandfather's interview more than a few times. I went online to connect those to the histories that were written. And I can't tell you how grateful I was, how thankful to have him available to me even after his passing to tell me his story and in his words. And I was also better to appreciate how fortunate I am that I know so much when I look at some of my peers and they really know and have so little to draw from. All that said, it certainly caused some inner turmoil too. My dad can tell you that after each class there was at least one long emotional phone call filled with questions and lots of feelings, and that part maybe was a little less fun for both of us. But putting this story together is not as simple as just telling it. There's a process of preparing for class and constructing a presentation, which included choosing which details to prioritize and which to eliminate, building in some anecdotes, deciding on supporting visuals, which I have and I'll show you in a bit, and then further editing based on the age or the knowledge of the group. Intellectually, it was a really fascinating process. But as the holder of my grandfather's story, there was a lot of pressure, much of it self-inflicted, to maintain the integrity of his narrative and the accuracy. And realistically, how does a person decide what is important and impactful in somebody else's life and in their experience and make it fit into 25 minutes with time for questions? There was also this question, at least for me, although not for my dad, about whether my grandfather would have wanted me to take this on at all, speaking on his behalf and telling his story. Now, my dad gave his blessing, which was very generous of him, And he passed on my grandfather's, but it's not really the same as having it direct from the horse's mouth. Logically, my grandfather recorded his story for the USC HaShoah Foundation, and so I know that he wanted his story to be heard. He wanted people to know that he bore witness to this and that it was real. But in that case, he was owning his own truth, which is vastly different from me taking ownership of it. I finished the We Do class with all the aforementioned weighing on my shoulders, and after all the work and the time and the turmoil, I now didn't know if I even wanted to enter a classroom. And as it turns out, this isn't uncommon. To date, 453 Gs have been through the program, but they don't all go on to be speakers. But then the school term started, and I decided I would try it before making a decision. I volunteered to go speak at a Long Island synagogue to a pre-bar mitzvah age class studying a Holocaust curriculum. That was the prompt that I got. I spoke for about 30 minutes, and then I opened the floor for questions. And maybe you wouldn't be shocked, but I was both shocked and horrified when the first question out of the gate was, what is a gas chamber? I had used the words gas chamber in my speech as a part of Auschwitz, and they didn't know what it was. And picture my face. I didn't define the term because I assumed I was in a synagogue with Jewish youths, and that gas chambers are one of the terms and one of the tangible ideas that are ubiquitous with talk of the Holocaust. And I just thought everyone knew what they were. And then the following questions were about Zyklon B gas and how it works and how it kills someone and whether or not you could hide in the gas chamber and cover your nose and mouth and survive. And I knew I was there to educate these students and increase their awareness and foster discussion, but I assumed basic knowledge in Jewish youths that it turned out wasn't there. I assumed that these tough conversations about the greatest atrocities that man has ever committed against man had been explained by their parents. And FYI, the rabbi and the other parent teachers in the room did not help with these questions. I was on my own. And so now I was going to be the one to explain these things to a class of 12-year-olds, some of the greatest evils, and they're not even my kids. Now, Redo taught me to expect some unexpected questions, but that was a little further than I thought it was going to go. Now, I want you to understand, I'm not denigrating that group. Overall, there was a lot that made that a very positive first time out. But the first call I made when I was in the Uber back to my hotel was to my mom and dad, and I ran a monologue, and that is something they'll tell you I do frequently, about how I was pretty convinced I could never, ever do that again. That it was hard, and it was emotional, and that it was a lot more than I bargained for. But I reasoned it out, and the longer I spoke, and the more they spoke, the more I came to decide that clearly this was evidence there's a need for people to tell the stories of the Holocaust, and the importance of filling that need outweighed any desire to do it or personal feelings that I had about it. And so in the spring, I loaded my calendar, taking at least 2 or 3 classrooms per month from January to May. And it did get easier. In some classrooms I entered, I could see that I was the first or among the first Jewish people that these students had ever encountered. In the current climate, it definitely added another layer of complexity and pressure. We want to make sure that we're still inclusive and that I don't divide anybody any further on some of the important issues or push anybody away because of my topic of conversation. But in all the groups, I was pleasantly surprised by the questions and the discussions, and frankly, with the secular classes even more than those with Jewish students in them. In one 5th grade class, we talked about racism and Black Lives Matter and where we could draw the parallels between anti-Semitism and the escalation to the events of the Holocaust and the discrimination against ours and other communities today. With a virtual high school class, the groups had a greater curiosity about my grandfather's knowledge and reaction to greater historical events. and the current events that were happening around him and their impact on his decisions and his actions. Not surprisingly, over the semester, there were a lot of questions I could answer, and many where I could only make conjectures about what my grandfather would have thought and done at the time. A few classes in, a remarkable thing happened. A note that I received from a student after a course read, "Thank you for telling us your grandfather's story. I could tell it was hard for you to tell at times." Students were sympathizing with me. In class, they started asking about me and my dad and our family and the impact on us, which frankly I didn't see coming. My thoughts, my feelings, my knowledge was interesting to them. I didn't think they'd consider me. I wasn't there to talk about myself, and now I was. But they were connecting not just to the story and the history, but to me directly. And there were other notes from other classes last year, and some of those stick with me too. One read, "To be honest, I wasn't all that interested in the topic until you came along." And another, "I'm a Jew myself, but I don't know any stories." This showed me a lot of things I didn't know about. And on the flip side, there were also notes that read, "My grandmother had a very similar story, so it was very interesting for me to hear another story like it. And knowing the history will make it so it doesn't happen again." And these words continue to reverberate in my mind like an echo, like my grandfather's voice in my ear, right? Always there. And I find myself now in a full circle moment because I finally understand my position as a 3G in relation to my grandfather's story. I suppose all 3Gs must decide how they fit and whether they want to. But that said, no matter what I say here or how good a storyteller I am, none of us can fathom these experiences. My grandfather and many others saw the greatest horrors, and no matter what we do or how we try, we will never feel what they felt. But let me cite Primo Levi, an Italian Jew who wrote many autobiographies on his time in Auschwitz and afterward, because he says something I found and continue to find really impactful. "If understanding is impossible, knowing is imperative, because what happened could happen again." And now that I've spoken to you so much about my experience, and because knowing is imperative, I think it's prudent that I share my grandfather's story with you. I do want to give a few disclaimers, and now that you know me so well, I did mention that this story, I didn't hear it from my grandfather, not directly, not while he was alive. So I'm going to tell you everything I know based on talks with my dad, based on his video, based on my own research. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll be fully candid and tell you when I can't. But all questions, all comments in this arena are welcome. There are no dumb questions, and don't be afraid of shocking me because I already went through that trial by fire. That is the same disclaimer that I give to every class I go in, regardless of age. But now I'm going to share a few things with you. Can everybody still hear me? Excellent. So, hopefully my computer doesn't come on. There we go. So I do want to introduce you to my inspiration in all of this. As Dad said, the person I felt was among my greatest champions, and who I continue to champion, one of my favorite people. Don't tell my mom because I love her parents too. But I'd like to introduce you to my grandpa This other map has some of the concentration camps plotted on it. But to give you an idea, that green dot that I've placed there, that's approximately where sheriffs would have been. And you can draw a line straight down and you'd hit Auschwitz. Now, the stories we hear about transports to concentration camps will often cite people being transported in cattle cars or freight cars. But that wasn't what my grandfather experienced. Even though concentration camps were around as early as 1939, the Germans hadn't quite gotten their system all down yet. And so they were using what they had available, which meant that my grandfather went to Auschwitz little bit, but essentially at this point, my grandfather, who's 21 years old, Harry has to make some choices. Where is he going to go? This is now he's an adult. He doesn't have papers. And so for the first time in his life, he's got the ability to do what he wants. What is he going to do? So choice number one, he can go back to sheriff's. But that was an awfully long journey to a place where he had no family, he had no home, he had no business. So that plan got him to almost immediately. The second plan my grandmother had two sons, my uncle Howie and my dad. He was blessed in his lifetime. He saw the birth of 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. Not a bad life. And it is often asked me in classes, like, how did he survive? And I think this is likely a question he asks himself frequently. I can't say I know his definitive response, but there are a few things that I conjecture that he might have cited. The first was that when he was in the infirmary, he had a dream. His mother came to him in a dream, and she told him he would make it, that he just had to put one foot in front of the other, but he was going to make it. Now, my grandfather, not a superstitious guy, but he did carry that with him. I think also the people he encountered, like this medic in the infirmary, were large contributors. I don't think many people survive without the help of somebody else. Remember I told you that number was significant. I'm going to bring it up again. Every number, every letter in the Hebrew alphabet is associated with a number. So 77487, according to my grandfather, if you brought out the Hebrew letters, you transcribed them a little bit, you would get July or Juliv. Again, he saw this as a good sign. Not a superstitious guy, but you hold on to what you need to hold on to. And that and sheer dumb luck, because really, the fact that he survived and the guy next to him didn't, there's kind of no accounting, except that I could say that he was a guy who didn't look behind. He spent much of the camps and much of his life in the time that I knew him as a person who put one foot in front of the other, and who only looked at what was ahead of him. Now, to say that is not to say that he didn't think about these events. I happen to know that he thought about them every day. There were a lot of things over time that he did not remember, but I do want to share one short anecdote. I know I'm probably going long, I'm sorry. That a number of years ago, when we were still living in New Jersey, when my parents were involved in the synagogue there was a celebration of some kind where one or both of my parents was being honored, and we had my grandparents there, and we had some family friends there. And in a moment that none of us witnessed, our family friend Lou was sitting with my grandfather, and something to the effect of this happened. My grandfather looked off to the side of the room, and Lou said, "Hey, Harry, are you okay?" And he said, "Well, yeah, it's just I see them over there." And Lou said, "You see who over there?" "Oh, I see my parents, I see my brother." And Lou's sitting there, and he goes, "Well, they're not really over there, right?" And he goes, "Yeah, no, I know they're not really over there, but they're there, they're here, they're with me, they're always here." And that is now, in a lot of ways, how I feel about him. So with that, I've probably gone on far too long, but I do want to thank you for being such an attentive audience. I'll open the floor to questions if there are any, but I do appreciate you bearing witness, because now you are carriers of this story, too. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Are there any questions or comments for Ariel?
Later on, did your grandfather meet anybody else in the family, or that's it? They were gone?
From the other side, so far as we know, there was nobody. On this side, it was his mother's brothers and their children, who continued to live in Brooklyn, who not that long ago, we got to meet one of the sons who was probably 10 years old when my grandfather came to this country. But no, outside of that, that was it.
If I recall, you had said that you hadn't heard directly from your grandfather about his experiences.
Correct.
So if a stranger had met him in the street and just had a conversation with him, or sat down with him in a cafe and had coffee, what was his demeanor like? Would it have been
with him. My first inclination is to say no. One of the things that I find remarkable and that I admire greatly, continue to admire greatly, is that regardless of any, loss and that he felt, my grandfather didn't bear a lot, at least outwardly, a lot of outward anger. He didn't, to my recollection, although I knew him at a different time, to my recollection, he didn't bear any outward prejudice, wasn't amazingly vocal about this, just kind of on a random Tuesday. He was very much about what was in front of him, and so he was light, he watched the news, he liked music, all kind of the normal things. And I think the exception being the tattoo on his arm, which he never had removed, which remained with him through the day he died. I don't know that it would have been the first thing somebody assumed had they met him. He was resilient, but also a little bit, he was a little bit more soft-spoken, a little bit more quiet, so he wouldn't have been so fully effusive as to bring it up. But I don't think there were any other obvious sort of personality markers.
Melancholy about him?
No, not for me, no. I'm sure there were moments, but in the general day-to-day, like that wasn't something that I ever felt from him. Like my fondest memories, and maybe because they're my fondest memories, but I remember him lying in his hammock, allowing me to feed him popcorn one kernel at a time. I think he built a life that he really enjoyed, that he had children that he enjoyed. He was able to provide the life that he might have wanted to have, but that he had really worked hard for. And there was loss, but I think there was a lot for him to be thankful for, and so he didn't carry it with him in that way. I did speak to other survivors. I've spoken to other survivors' children throughout my lifetime, and there's a lot that I hear from them about the way their grandparents talked about it, the things that came into their lives, the way they would, things like being sort of collectors, holding a lot of belongings, not wasting food. And I can't even say with any kind of conviction that I saw those kind of more tangible actions on his part.
Did you say this story is recorded in the
It is. It's recorded with the HaShoah Foundation. Actually, I looked it up. If you go to, they've changed everything now. So back in the day, you got a VHS, which I had converted to, which you had converted for me to DVD. But now you can actually look up the survivor stories and have them sent to you as a video file to watch on your computer. So yeah, his story continues to live in that collection.
The research is remarkable, amazing story. It reminded me of Susan's father, who at the age of 20 years old, in 1939 was taken to Ukraine for 5 years in a labor camp as well. And when he was released, he must have gone through the same. He didn't know where to go. He went back to Hungary, a little town out of Debrecen. And we actually, when he passed away, we visited that little town. It was a remarkable story as well. We saw where he lived. We went into his house. But through all the tragedies like your grandfather went through, he was just a wonderful man. He didn't have a bad bone. I never would hear him raise his voice. Just amazing. I'm sure he would have loved to sit down with your grandfather and reminisce.
Everyone, thank you. Thank you. We'll proceed with the few remaining pieces of our program before we start our reading of names. And thank you all for your patience, and everyone who wants to read names will read names. But we will now light, as we do every year, 6 memorial candles. And as I call upon our candle lighters, I'll ask that after you light your candle, you just remain in the front here, off to the left of the table. So our first candle will be kindled by Rabbi Ben Simon. Thank you. Rabbi Eisenman? Pastor Zadora? Ariel? Renee Kessler? Bobby Sado? And we'll ask that all our candle lighters join together to light a special 7th memorial candle this year in memory of all of those lost on and since October 7th. Thank you. And now, Rabbi Ben Simon will chant a special El Malei Rachamim in memory of those lost on and since October 7th, together with Rabbi Eisenman.
We invite you to rise if you are able. אל מלא רחמים בעולם שלא היו בו רחמים, המצא מנוחה עדינה תחת כנפי השכינה. במעלות הנשברות של זוהר האדם, נשמת כל מי שנפגעו ונפרעו, פרעות וכל זוועות, בשבעה באוקטובר, על האימה אשר פוקדה איש ואישה, זקנים ובני הנעורים, וילדות וילדים, שאין פינו יודע כיצד לזעוק ולאומרה. לכן בעל הרחמים יגלה סבלותינו לעולמים, ומסוף העולם ועד סופו ישמעו הקולות הנעלמים, וישמור בצרור החיים נשמתנו, החיים הם נחלתנו, ונבוא בשלום להחלמתנו. אל נא רפנה לה, לנפגעות ולנפגעים. אל נא רפנה למשפחות ולמטפלים.
El Malei Rachamim, God of compassion, in a world that lacks compassion, grant tender rest beneath the wings of the Shekhinah, God's divine presence, in the broken spheres of human radiance, to the souls of each and every of the injured and the violated in the horrors of the pogrom of October 7th. for the fear that fell upon each man and woman, elder, youth, and children. Our mouths do not know how to scream or put into words. For we lament and mourn for them. For us, because of this, our hearts are faint. Because of this, our eyes grow dim. Woe to us, for we are broken. Woe, for our homes were shattered, our souls and our bodies tormented, and our faces darkened. Therefore, compassionate one, reveal our torment to the world and for all time. And from one end of the earth to the other, may the silenced voices utter, guard our souls in the land of life. For life is our heritage. May we come in peace to healing. Please, God, heal all the injured. Please, God, heal the families and the caretakers. El na refan Allah. Please, God, hear and heal us all. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Let us remain standing now as we recite a mourner's Kaddish in memory of the 6 million plus, as well as those lost since October 7th. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah, be'alma divrach hirutei v'yamlich malchutei, b'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala uvizman kariv yimru amen. Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach leolam ulamei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitale v'yithalal shemei dekudsha b'richu le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tush bechata v'nechemata da'amiran be'alma v'yimru amen. Yehei shlama Rabbah min shemaya V'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'yimru amen. Oseh shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'yimru amen. Zichronam livracha, may their memories be for a blessing always.
Thank you, everyone. Be seated, please. We hope that those of you who can will remain for as long as you can. If you must leave, we hope that you'll rejoin us at some point later during the day or the evening. We will be here until 9:45 tonight. As we begin now with the reading of the names of Holocaust martyrs, and we'll begin with Rabbi Eisenman. You'll be starting us off. So, Rabbi, if you would, please join us here. Rabbi Eisenman for reading. Rabbi, do you want to read names from any particular place, country of origin?
Romania.
Rabbi Eisenman will begin our reading with the names of Holocaust martyrs from Romania.
Verica Agrici, Angel Antulo, Wazel and Maria Baez, Dimitri Barsino, Valerian and Modera Beleka, Alexiu Cherish, Treon and son Treon Kosabia, George Kosich, Anna and Pavel Karashian, Theodore Krivanu, Maria and her parents-in-law, Vasily and Juliana Dale, Letitia Demiscu, Adrian Dimitro, Queen Mother Elena, Stefan and Rosalia Farkas, Constanta Floricio, Alexandru Girsha, Simeon and Mitsia Heish, Konstantin Kraja, Florian Manola, Emmeline Marskaliu, Valeria Moldavanen, Saben Motara, Iona and sons Victor and Laser Oncior, Stefan Pellegrini, Nona Pentia, George Petra, Egon and Nicolina Porcini. Nicola and Maria, daughter Astorina Pop, Valer Pop, Treon Popovici, Geriga Porfir, Maria and Tordor, and Alexa Puti, George Ruscio, Constantine Samaserke, Mercia Petrosión, Professor Raúl Sorbonne, Joanna and Pascu Sostensecu, Gabriella and her mother Marla Cantina, Strauss Tirone, Elizabetha Stroll, Ione Suta, Maria Tubak, Joseph Zaharia. And now from Russia, Mandel, Tatiana, and Halina, Danielle, Anastasia Amokov, Igor, Katrina, and Dr. Susanna and Maria Oxtenava, Ivan, Alexia, Luca, Marfa, and Alexia, Tamara, Nikova, Vasily, Polna, Artemiev, Polina, Baranova, Sergey and children Dmitry, Kira, Belkov, Proskova and daughter Daria Bonaderico, Yulia Boyoko, Vera Berachuk, Olga Choplonova, Pavel Tatiana Zelenskia, Lubov Cherelostakia, Tolsia Chi Fu Len, Vladimir and Anna Chekolov, Maria, daughter Alexandra Khomasova, Agrippa and children Raisia and Vladimir Didova, Yeletsvita Denisok, Venera Denisheva, Ivan and Alexandria Dmitriev, Daria Dorkova, Nikolai and Lubov Dudin, Natalia Dudnik, Neda Dzovano, Ilya and Proskova Fedorov, Maria Forlovova, Amifayan Gersimov, Maria Giladich, Pelagaya Girogova, Lubov Granitsenko, Anastasia and her sister Kladaveo Guberova, Mikhail and Tatiana Girlonovo, Anna Igamovnovo, Prokofy and Lydia Ivanokova, Yevgeny and her father Yefimov Ivanovo, Yevdokia Kabasheva, Irina Kalaferovo, Anna and her daughter Yevdokia Kanucha, Shmuel and Ferdoris and their children Sultan and Mukhtar Klamilevet, Praskovia Konavachia, Yaakov and his son Alexei Kaziev, Klepninin, Father Dmitry Klepninin, Kolsnikovo, etc., Tamara and her sister Yelena Kamaskaya, Yeletsviata Konadratiava, Yalexia Kononova, Yevdokia daughter and her daughter Fitania Korlabovko, Yaktrina and her mother Marfa Korneva, Ivan and Lubov Kornichuk, Yekterina Korlakova, Seaman and Kisnia Korovina, Yelena and her daughter Nina Koslalova, Porkovaya Kovo, Sergei and Kisnia Kovalevsky, Technon and Metriono Koloshenko, Alexander Kamarovsky, Proskosova Kermanochko, Marta Karnasky, Nikolai Kundavechka, Igor Knezhova, Vera Kunishkaya, Porfilia Kulik, Korakova, Gregory and Polakaya Korkov, Sophia Lenodi, Nikolai Lenchner, Anna Limareva, Nikolai and Varavara Nilenchko, Maria and her daughter Helena Litvinovo, Talisia Lasenchko, Yevgeny and Yevdokia Lukensky, Claudia Lenovo, Nina Malashenko, Yelena Mamatova, Varvara Maximovo, Fedor Melashenko, Talisia Miranovo Alexieva, Yevgena Morozova, Talisa Mozgavaya, Tatiana Nozayeva, Yelena Nokolayeva, Matrona Nokakana, Gregory and Maria and their son Vladimir Novikovo, Isabella Dudana, Praskovia and Ivan Polagatu, Alexandra Polovaya Kaparsia, Talisia Perodon-Rodskaya, Peter and Maria and daughters Natalia and Tatiana Petrov, Alexander and Alexandra Podovskaya, Anna Pokovorkasia, Anna Popova, Olga Pilaneva, Ivan Radov, Anatoly and his mother Maria Remshensky, Petro and Fovica and their children Alexandra and Nikolai Rudavenko, Gregory and Provoskaya and their children Nada and Vasily Safnova, Matrinova Samasenko, Yelena Shadanina, Yekaterina Shepachonko, Yevdokaya Vladimir and Pelagaya Shorkino, Elizaveta Skobatskova, Simmer Gabriel and Yefronsnia Seminar, Ksenia Sorokina, Maria Sostabanov, Victor and his mother Metronovo Sepvoy, Daria Sirstagaya, Sima and Fidioso, then their daughter Maria Stupik.
Thank you, Rabbi Eisenman. Our next readers are Sue and Lou Mark. Hi, Sue. How are you?
You should be so proud.
I am. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Do Lou and you want to,
Yeah, we'll separate it.
what, is there a particular country from which you'd like to read names? No, it doesn't
Your
matter.
country, Russia, doesn't matter.
Russia?
Yeah, we came from Russia.
Somehow these
It
pages
doesn't,
are a little
it doesn't
confused.
matter. It doesn't
Let me
matter.
give you
No,
something
it
else,
doesn't
if that's
matter.
okay.
No, this is fine. This is fine. Poland is fine. Let's do
Yeah,
Poland.
okay.
Let's do Poland. Poland, relatives in Poland. Okay.
How do we do? Are we reading? She's done it?
We could do
You can read
separate.
together, or you can stand together.
Okay, do we put the year? I forgot already.
No,
from
just
the year.
the
the name.
Just the name, thank you.
Francisca Abramowitz, Janina and Joseph Abramowitz, Natalia Abramowitz, Walska Marilab Abramowitz, Janina and Antoni Adamzuk, Helena Luciana Jadwiga Jan, Adamsik,
That's the first name. Second.
Jan
This
and
is the
Marina Amishlik.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Simon and Wernika Bolshaw Joseph Adamsik, Wanda Mother Milkonwaza, Anna Adamsik, Sanceslow and Feliska Adamsek, Margarzata Adamek, Maria Adamkawaska, Irene Adamowitz, Jan and Maria, Joseph, Janina, Stanislaw, Adamowitz, Eugenia, Antonina, Joseph and Michalina, and Helena Adamski, Mariana, Arena Adaziak, Kristana Adolf, Wanda Adolpolaska, Vicentri Paulina, children Joseph and Alfred Aliska, Ignazi and Rosalia Abramaziak, Julian Abramowicz, Maria Anselm, Stefan and Valeria Anselm, Francisca Ansak, Andres and Anna, Ladwiza Jen Zora Antonik, Vincentri and Jarwiga Antonowitz, Bauer, Lickna Antonowitz, Bauer. Here, you read the next page. Here.
Felix and Victoria Antosowitz, Constanti and Jadwiga Apollo, Mark Arsinski, Joseph and Agata Armatis, Maria Armatis Predmowska, Mikols and Helena Admiak, Jerzy and Helena Arwanity, Maria Asanowitz, Kazmir Augustowisk, Branislawa Augustinek, Erzam and Kazmira Argastaniak, Sophia Maria Anwi, Anelia and Helena Baba, Casimir and Halina Barbiaz, Gertrude Babalinska, Sophia and Danuta Babinska, Sophia Babiz, Stanislav and Luika Bashul, Likadia Barzinska, Stefan Bardowski, Ludmila Beginska, Irina Beginska, Teofila and Alexander Bajak, Sophia Bashkaska, Halina Bareszewska, Antonina Bach, Tazuska and Helena Bakala, Danuta Bach-Wolanska, Wanda Baldowska, Joseph and Kartazny Balinki, Stanislav and Władysław Balinki, Zygmunt and Jadwiga Baliki, Kazimir and Janina and Stanislawa Balinsky, Sylvester and Ignaska Balinsky, Zezla Balslowitz, Victoria Vincenti Balul, Joseph Balwiers, John and Anna Banach, Franceschi Banas, Francesca and Magdalena Banasuis, Anna Bando, Joseph and Anna Banach, Joseph and Irma Banach, Sylvia Bania, Kazimierz Baniak, Vladislav and Stanislaw Banakwaska, Selena Barnatan, Joseph and Julia and Janina Barr, Anna and Julian Baran, Balaslav Baran, Frank and Anna Baran, Joseph and Eleonora Baran, Josepha Baran, Larissa Baranowitz, Modesta, John and Mariana Baranak, Josepha Baranaska, Janina Baranaska, Jan and Vladimirswa Baranetsky, Zbigniew Baransky, Helena Barcharoska, Helena Barcharoska.
Franciszek Joseph Barzak, Joseph Barzinski, Zofia and Jersey Bart, Jan Bartzek, Marian and Helena Bartzak, Stefina Bartzek, Eusebia Barkowiak, Zofia and Jan Bartoswiz Janowa, Władysław Bartozewski, Juliana Bartokizwiz, Jan and Ladwika Barut, Carolina Baratuiz, Stefan and Zofia Zaratuiz, Anelia Barlak, Casimir Francisquez Barris, Maria and Janet Barzell, Wojciech Basic, Veronica Badawa Kladnika, Sophia Batko Molenda, Mezzaloso and Maria Batrowitz, Maria and Joseph Baumgarten, Irina Bawal, Sanisquel and Josefa Bezant, Vincenti Stefan Bezant, Valdemirez and Danuta Bazarnik, Felix and Branislaw Bezlo, Warclaw and Felicia Bebak, Valenti and Julia Alexandra Beck, Bednarzik, Stefana Bednarzakza, Zofia Bednarska, Eugenia Bednars, Maria Belzan, Kamarira Barzazinska, Waklov and Zofia Barzinski, Irina Berengud Zelanska, Helena Bereska, Janina Bereska, Anna Julian Beretta, Janina Berger, Carolina Kowals, Bernarda, Rosalia Bernarda, Sophia Bernadlitsky, Stanislaw Betuik, Mokajev and Katarinza Jawiga Barusko, Boslaw Zofia Belkawaski.
Thank you both.
These names are very hard to.
I know they are. Thank you.
Your daughter is wonderful.
Oh, thanks, Lou. I appreciate hearing that. Our thanks to Sue and Lou Mark for reading the names of Holocaust survivors from Poland. Our next readers are Israela and Michael Meyerstein. Israela, do you both want to read names from a particular country of origin? Oh, no, of course you'll read those, but from the Poland? Okay. So in that case, well, let me give you another book. Let me move this one out of the way. Bear with me for just a moment. Yeah. Okay, hold. Okay, just until I come back up. Please read the names on your own lists first, and then you can start with this.
My paternal grandfather, Aaron Yaakov Gorchitsky, my paternal grandmother, Basha Gorchitsky, my paternal uncle, Tevel Gorchitsky, my paternal aunt, Ruska Gorchitsky, my paternal aunt and uncle, Ziskind and Slav Gorchitsky. Michael Schwab, Rachel Bratt, Shlomo Gross, Avram Koritki, Chana Zomer, Freemid Due, Zishiel Rubenstein, Eljaz Jurista, Rivka Najtsen, Chaja Bialystoki, Jacob Keitel, Julius Flax, Yaakov Gelbert, Mindla Polska, Moshe Steichen, Rachel Grinspan, Rivka Kahn, Shlomo Dombrowski, Yaakov Zruba, Reuven Roger, Beryl Solowijic, Chaja Sperling, Sipora Shechtman, Estera Nebenzal, Gittel Kohn, Isaiah Kukerman, Jehiel Zenrel, Ladbel Modjelovich. Eliokum Drujanau, Moshe Zimmerman, Motel Hapke, Rachel Marank, Motel Steinberg, Zeindel Medwecki, Shimeon Epstein, Ethel Sapira, Benzion Salzburg, Chaya Litmanovich, Janka Horowitz, Ephraim Demand, Fruma Kolacek, Hinda Spajer, Jaco Zrajman, Osher Doen, Jendel Wiatrak, Baruch Krinicki, Tzvi Boxenboim, Hirsch Tishberowitz, Leja Oherman, David Sternberg, Toba Silberman, Feja Kirschensaft, Ben Gordecki, Chaya Hochman, Chule Puter, Sulim Goldstein. Gittel Chazen, Itzi Chazen, Jikau Binstock, Leib Landau, Ele Weglarski, Nesse Zajak, Motel Roth, Rachel Midonik, Rivka Golstad, Moshe Lewin, Yitzchak Rotterbaum, Aaron Jerud, Bluma Suzak, Chajim Wilder, Israel Monsagen, Yaakov Stim, Gizia Glosser, Joseph Seidman, Jesse Solars, Kazia Milochek, Jeshayu Juelowitz, Michal Jutsky, Moshe Sichi, Pesha Horowitz, Chese Wenik, Shlomo Biklis, Zeman Bukowski, Rachel Zlotnicki. One more. Avraham Mokin, Chaya Ginsberg, Simcha Chomat, David Lakrik, Fegala Rosenfeld, Haskell Davidovitz, Pesha Bergazin, Chana Kristal, Rivka Hochmek, Baruch Zilberstein, Mordechai Piotrowski, Chana Brickstein, Itzhak Sibulski, Nachman Kessel, Shlomo Zarf, Yechiel Solowitz, Amalia Schenkelbach, Bracha Smunes, Chana Berstein, Zikla Nussbaum, Vega Schechter, Chana Zulberg, Itka Glatt, Leja Lewinson.
Alfred Meyerstein, my paternal grandfather. Meta Meyerstein, my paternal grandmother. Salzia Geyer, my maternal grandmother. And the rest of the names on these 2 pages are aunts and uncles and cousins of my father. Marta Marianne Kaufman Burkhardt, Gustav Diebuck, and Clara Meyerstein Diebuck, Hulda Goldstein Veriter, Matilda Goldstein Fromhausen, Moses Max Goldstein, and Minna Z. Wiesenfelder, Hedwig Goldstein, Sidon Gottschalk, Leopold Hirsch, Herman Lewin, Max Lewin, Hedwig Hammerschlag Lewin, Anna Meyerstein, Berta Rata Meyerstein, Blanca Meyerstein, Elfrida Meyerstein Feebelson, Elidora Meyerstein, Emma Meyerstein, Frieda Meyerstein, Fritz Meyerstein, Hans Hermann Meyerstein, Jeanette Meyerstein, Julius Israel Meyerstein, and Berta Ney Gutman, Kate Meyerstein, Margaret Yusky Meyerstein, Max Meyerstein, Moritz Meyerstein, Paul Meyerstein, Rosa Rose Meyerstein, Rosalie Meyerstein, Tekla Meyerstein, Hyman, William Meyerstein, Dora Michaels Spanier, Paul Newman and Margaret Ney Meyerstein, Henriette Zalitzen, Lowenthal, Paula Wolf Ney Lewin, Sally Wolf. Lydia Cooperstock, Matiahu Wagner, Moses Birenzweig, Ruben Rajman, Yaakov Melnicki, Brajdil Juster, Deborah Louis, Hillel Stamler, Julius Reicher, Mordechai Chamont, Yaakov Gevertz, Isaac Weidhorn, Miriam Gross, Israel Seplowitz, Yaakov Klitsky, Josef Zilberstein, Eliakim Schwartz, Mindla Pomeranitz, Moshe Schbazer, Rachel Chimney, Rushka Hachbaum, Deborah Steiger, Victor Friedman, Abra Speyer, Benjamin Gleicha, Chaya Bratstein, Chaya Zilberstein, Edja Rabinovitz, Gershon Markovitz, Yitzchak Tenenbaum, Gira Joris, Yucha Hoffman, Yosef Barak, Miriam Balaki, Chaya Shur, Mendla Marfish, Ansel Solovich, Yoki Feinbach, Tony Hellman, Tzvi Tzrach, Gerson Hornovitz, Chaim Friedman, Chana Vachnitzer, Dal Schwartz, Miriam Shapiro, Rezel Arizing, Yaakov Schiffman, Chaim Lever, Ezriel Nowant, Yaakov Freilich, Miriam Bornstein, Pearl Leichler, Moshe Reisman, Shlama Winzigster, Tila Freiser, Zygmunt Sturper, Bella Berkovitz, Hersel Gesundtit, Chaya Goldschlag, Isaac Fegelstein, Janendel Bela Dworsky, Shoshana Podboretsky, Lipa Raj, Juzia Mess, Legier Mular, Miriam Fijain, Moshe Rachtin, Yosef Danziger, Rizia Selmaster, Jeindel Genfeld, Wolf Jenker, Rijla Zraber, Raika Fishman, Chaya Dodashik, Shara Schmuckler, Isaac Rubenstein, Freimut Groberg, Yitzchak Goldstein, Abraham Gerertz, Joseph Snowski, Mordechai Rudowski, Malkia Pechner, Mordechai Rosenswein, Nachum Leibovitz, Rachel Jungerwert, Tzvia Luvi, Shmuel Kahana, Yehuda Feldstein, Froem Zaltzman, Belima Zelshak, Chaya Jetabam, Chipora Valaveltsky, Julam Zwindler, Chaya Hirdashi, Israel Cooperstein, Leibovitz, Kopp, Leibus Norch, Machleb Chezik, Etta Rosenfeld, Chaya Warshaska, Rachel Lewin.
Rivka Jerkowitz, Zima Weirblonek, Yaakov Barg, Abraham Swimmer, Beryl Schwartzberg, Rachel Partnoch, Yakutiel Heiklin, Zimon Fish, Gitla Zer, Isar Wolin, Masya Tenenbaum, Harold Probet, Zima Nashman, Abraham Stockman, Hannah Brunstein, Vega Palawe, Yaakov Rosenblum, Zisha Zimmelgisser, Rachela Tenenbaum, Blima Scherfhertz, Itak Webb, David Rothstein, Jakob Zerbaum, Herz Koppel, Jakob Sentner, Joseph Pelk, Sasha Pachter, Michael Koch, Moshe Citronbaum, Mordechai Mezurs, Rivka Chatz, Sipora Lata, Zimon Rab, Zizla Fischer, Baruch Munich, Chaim Hennenberg, Chana Zalotniki, Dudia Nagiel, Frida Gartner, Herschel Zwirling, Jakob Viodek, Yosef Weinberg, Yocheved Mukashes, Raza Spokochny, Riva Stocky, Cyril Widowski, Razel Chemach, Shimon Winstuk, Pesha Nojman, Yichak Meyerholtz, Anshel Sitas, Randall Nachman, Chana Kutnowski, Munio Rosenbaum.
Our thanks to Israela and Michael Meyerstein. Our next readers will be Susan and Steve Rappaport. Susan, it's Hungary, right?
Yes, Hungary.
Yeah,
And my mother and father survived the Holocaust, so I don't read their name, right?
okay.
Well, you should.
Or you can, if you wish, and just say that they survived.
That they survived.
Yeah.
You see, that's what he says too.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, and I remember two more now, my father's two. Three out of them. Yeah, who survived. Yeah.
And Susan and Steve will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Hungary. So just first name, last name, and just down the list.
Okay, I'm going to read these first.
Sure.
Okay. Nathan Grossman, paternal grandfather. Bella Grossman, paternal grandmother. Shlomo Grossman, aunt. Kato Grossman, cousin. Imre Grossman, cousin. Louis Gal, my father who survived. Magda Gal, my mother who survived. Shandor Grossman and my uncle, and Ferry Grossman, my uncle. And on behalf of my friend Sandy Weissman, I read Pinkus Markowitz, Chana Markowitz, Alta Baby, Aunt Ella and her 4 children, Chava Marmolstein, and Aunt Suri. Maka Ladani, Makli Rosenzweig, Magdi Schwartz, Magdalena Schwartz, Magdalena Wiener, Meir Fayan, Meir Hirschfeld, Meir Schwartz, Meir Frey, Meir Hirschfeld, Meir Schwartz, Maherna Katskal, Malbina Naiman, Malka Grinstein, Malka Grossman, Malka Stern, Molly Fisher, Malske Tsipra, Malvine Schick, Malwin Wall, Malwina Steiner. Mamas Vinskowicz, Mana Horepat, Mansi Bandel, Mansi Gluck, Mansi Lefkowitz, Karl Margit Desser, Margit Deutsch, Margit Deutsch, Margit Farkovich, Margit Fischer, Margit Fleischmann, Margit Freud, Margit Freud, Margit Glackman, Margit Goldstein, Margit Gray, Margit Grosch, Margit Jemand, Margit Jemand. Margit Hacker, Margit Hallas, Margit Hallas, Margit Halmosh, Margit Hegedush, Margit Hemlich, Margit Hershkovitz, Margit Knofler, Margit Ladagny, Margit Leiter, Margit Leitman, Margit Lichtag, Margit Luk, Margit Maichovitz, Margit Markovich, Margit Neufeld, Margit Newman, Margit Newell, Margit Polatsek, Margit Polatsek, Margit Polak. Margit Popper, Margit Poporani, Margit Rechner, Margit Reichman, Margit Rosenberg, Margit Rosenberger, Margit Rosenfeld, Margit Rosenthal, Margit Schleifer, Margit Schon, Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwab, Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwarz, and from all different areas of Hungary. Margit Schwarz, Margit Schwarz, Margit Sebo, Margit Singer, Margit Spitzer.
Sloa Charop, Akiba Schwarzenstein, Chawa Gimmerjan, Heine Kawa, Juka Gottlieb, Bracha Kochlovsky, Mordechai Boslik, Chana Blanchkovitz, Reina Bokanowitz, Sheena Borstein, Shifra Frajman, Rachel Zuga, Bala Bornstein, Chaya Weber, Chana Schwarzja, Dobrinsky Rabinowitz, Chana Hammer, Hirsch Krapinski, Jacob Schnanazman, Joseph Schmidt, Zilach Watzman, Malki Schnezarder, Fajal Lenowitsky, Pasha Mordechайлowitz, Rachel Kies, Sozi Lou, Elke Washburn, Freihai Shandel, Baruch Rosenstreis, Hena Wassman, Chana Pillman, Dawid Wheats, Fraja Shizuko, Judith Mishku, Iti Liebfeld, Jetty Jimpla, Batya Majewski, Matis Weichman, Moish Kidiski, Moish Bukowitz, Rachel Garbina, Rishka Frajra, Pearl Finkelstein, Wolf Fritzman, Abraham Gorfinkel, Bajorsk Fredebus, Moish Feintuch, Lane Sha'aka, Wolf Rottenberg, Ishka Shazusta, Abraham Steinwarzel, Shizdal Shizrenko, Khana Boro, Michael Saspiki, Moish Newman, Pinkas Velishka, Rosalia Weinfeld, Shema Rosenweig, Tony Winter, Abraham Khalif, Burl Pomowitzki, Chaija Jana Gaja, Ignach Zipinknach, Dinah Shiznesta, Gildela Blas, Mordchel Riklis, Riziko Razika, Tona Kirschenbaum, Berka Klaas, Sephora Wasman,
I'll read after this.
Hannah Weisberg, Josef Ringemacher, Manny Blaustein, Shamal Lizuski, Zui Jaganzinski, Judah Wiesner,
Margit Spitzer, Margit Steinberger, Margit Steiner, Margit Stern, Margit Stiller, Margit Zamet, Margit Svark, Margit Tischler, Margit Waldeman, Margit Weinberger, Debrecen, Hungary, Margit Weiss, another, Margit Wiener, Margit Schwalz, Margit Muller, Margaret Herschel. Mariam Greger, Mariam Gutmann, Mariam Scher, Mariam Shemet, Marcus Stetcher, Marcus Weiss, Morton Halaj, Martin Schlesinger, Martin Weiss, Matahucha Freucher, Matez Schwartz, Mathilde Friedman, Mathilde Dennis, Mathilde Haver, Mathilde Strausser, Mathilde Zalzer, Matjash Duish, Matjash Markovic, Matjash Jabadosh, Matjash Stern, Meyer Steiner, Michael Kahan, Melech Schreiber. I read one more, and then you could read. Menyard Steiner, Menhard Skekach, Menus Coin, Mejulam Louis, Michael Fried, Michael Gladstein, Michael Glicklick, Michael Sussman, Michael Zipesser, Mikolai Weissenhaus, Mikla Witzel, Miklos Pleiser, Mihaly Chilag, Mihaly Eckerstein, Mihaly Fenveshi, Mihaly Ladany, Mihaly Laszlo, Mihaly Nelwirth, Mihaly Rosenthal, Mihaly Spitzer.
Rakawa Kursar, Chala Sonnenbreit, Sephora Swag, Etka Silverstein, Hania Grossbot, Israel Wander, Josawad Finkelstein, Lisbel Panatiski, Blama Cistern, Molke Schiffman, Muska Rabik, Rachel Shizmadla, Shlomo Rapoport, Jakob Schlisber Mieksik, Ezekiel Sokolowitz, Baruch Rosenstein, Chana Gorna, Chara Sarah Sana, Fezwis Kohn, Heineck, Pozinwiski, Zosi, Frizun, Jamal, Litmanowitz, Joachim, Lowy, Itzek, Siba, Moish, Miller, Motel, Rapoport, Ghana, Wisila, Roussel, Klieger, Schleswig, Wasser, Wolf, Blazowiski, Mendel, Morsk, Rachel, Zvi, Tolka, Blostein, Brandner, Gorwitz, Mosa, Pals, Rieska, Swazok, Wolf, Fried, Burl, Zoberman, Dawid, Chalzenken, Heusch, Danowitz, Zopa, Greenoberg, Majam, Sneidner Worm, Zabel, Jatom, Dawid, Lampert, Lee Pazanik, Ziba, Zaytelbach, Elzaiah, Schlesinger, Gerson, Itzhak, Manowitz, Zerhizuk, Frezikna, Lesna, Wasko Bitsny, Machla, Ruda, Mozuski, Barkowitz, Kala, Schwartzman,
Want me to read now? Mihaly Stilfried, Mihaly Weiss, Mickey Schwartz, Mickey Silber, Mickey Weiss, Miklas Kutash, Miklos Bard, Miklos Bognar, Miklos Deutsch, Miklos Farkas, Miklos Fischer, Miklos Fischer, Miklos Fischer, Miklos Fischer, Miklos Fischer, and Miklos Folders, Miklos Fried, Miklos Freelander, Miklos Friedman, Miklos Gluck, Miklos Gluek, Miklos Goldstein, Miklos Grossman, Nyegyerházy, Hungary, Miklos Grunberger, that was near my father, Miklos Grunberger, Miklos Hemlik, Miklos Jelnek, Miklos Kis, Miklos Knop, Miklos Komlos, Miklos Kraus, Miklos Lefkowitz, Miklos Meyerowitz, Miklos Neuwirth, Miklos Raz, Miklos Rosenfeld, Miklos Schreiber, Miklos Steiner, Miklos Zhazh, Miklos Zhiklai, Miklos Stern, Miklos Vermes, Miklos Weinberger, Miklos Weitz, Miklos Wendt, Miklos Zelmowitz, Miklos Pleitsch, Miklos Rhein, Miklos Zhazh, Miklos Weinberger, Mishka Berkowitz, Mishka Deutsch, Mishka Schreinfeld, Miksha Friedman, Miksha Freinberg, Miksha Fierst, Miksha Greenbaum, Miksha Gudenberger, Miksha Gudenberger, Miksha Gutman, Miksha Herzl, Miksha Lefkowitz, and Miksha Lerner. Yeah.
Rachel Knoll, Raiwa Zilbestein, Shizneen Blumkrantz, Wolf Sadrozinski, Abraham Wattelberg, Barik Shalziniski, Kaja Selskal, Sipi Friedman, Edgar Sarna, Gusta Wombrand, Israel Felsman, Judah Zuana, Baruch Nowak, Ashna Gradzner, Cyril Kowalski, Itka Walensky, Pinkus Marder, Rachel Dolowitz, Dawid Shizmanowitz, Toba Wassman, Zuzana Brazishis, Bila Wesvenfeld, Michelle Sizpak, Rachela Zuzusk, Waywell Marmal, Raduk Shiznasta, Echel Suzixnik, Jacob Glantz, Chalka Durkin, Rishka Strom, Masa Weldman, Moish Khan, Pinkos Wildner, Ruin Shelner, Zol Dresner, Estera Shizni, Abraham Momostein, Benzion Shizpira, Chala Rabinowitz, Rakiba Shistokman, Josef Grunberg, Gusta Rosenthal, Israel Fishman, Judith Lipovsvik, Labi Shatozargasta, Shuzana Kantrowitz, Maish Louis, Miney Bronfin, Rachel Silak, Lila Morgenstein, Pearl Pomerantz, Wolf Weisberg, Ruwen Tirkeltab, Barek Bershkowitz, Chalna Lasman, Chinka Rob, Shizpiska Fajerman, Gawiel Feldgries, Hirsch Ellenberg, Jackal Gorenzinski, Lub Tern, Shlomo Hershkowitz, Merrill Schlizmacher, Chaim Zazak, Oleg Schumacher, Raphael Hochberg, David Dobrin Slavakska, Shlomo Naga, Yechel Weinach, Akiba Shiznakata, Shizloma Weichman, Frazel Winkleswitz, Dawid Baba, Jackal Hukia, Heina Meerson, Joseph Newman, Chapa Frasnuba, Nabuska, Bachel Krak, Moish Navistatskowitz.
Miksha Lowenstein, Miksha Malin Sarkov, Miksha Pilis, Miksha Salamanowitz, Miksha Schlessenberg, Miksha Schnabel, Miksha Schwartz, Miksha Spitzer, Miksha Spitzer, Miksha Steiner, Miksha Schlossensinger, Miksha Fromer, Miksha Mokari, Migja Schoenfeld, Mincia Glikelik, Mindy Leiber, Mindel, Koenig, Mirka Steinberger, Mirja Friedlander, Miriam Auslander, Miriam Basch, Miriam Berkowitz, Miriam Eckestein, Miriam Ernfeld, Miriam Flipson, Miriam Hirschfeld, Miriam Holzer, Miriam Klein, Miriam Klein, Miriam Louis, Miriam Meyer, Miriam Miller, Miriam Newman, Miriam Yule, Miriam Polak, Miriam Rubenstein, Miriam Schlesinger, Miriam Schwartz, Miriam Steiner, Miriam Sterginger, Miriam Schwartz, Miriam Schuler, Miriam Tajelbaum, Miriam Wise, Miriam Weingarten, Miriam Weitz, Miriam Winkler, Miriam Grossmann, Miriam Gluck, Miriam Silverbergerstein, Missy Flammenhaupt, Mixie Bleit, Menachem Berkowitz, Menachem Fischer, Menachem Kraus, Moish Freund, Moish Weiss, Magda Gladstein, Moise Roth, Moise Meyer, and Moise Rosenfeld. Thank you.
Don't give me these Polish names next year.
You marry a Hungarian girl, that's what you get.
The Hungarian ones.
Our thanks to Susan and Steve Rappaport, and our next reader will be Marlene Moyer. And Marlene will read the names of Holocaust martyrs from Germany.
Okay,
Okay, so,
just this book.
yes. So, first name, last name.
Yeah, do the best I can.
I'll come up
You'd
and
let
get
me know
you.
when I'm, okay. Julie Muchnitsky, Louis Louis, Rachel Grabaszewski, Chaya Lifshitz, Louis Gruenbaum, Lucia Cohen, Louisa Gans, Siegfried Jacobson, Therese Menas, Walter Schenk, Ruth Joseph, Sophie Stern, Sophie Cahen, Rosa Geller, Ruth Lowenthal, Salman Oppenheimer, Helene Donbacher, Ehrman Fers, Erta Schmoller, Ellie Feldman, Finken Bernstein, Miriam Abstein, Rosa Würzberg, Siegfried Baschnitsky, Lothar Müller, Lothar Redlich, Louis Zacharias, Justine Ullmann, Jaco Densfrey, Alexander Freund, Fanny Waller, Hanchen Hertz, Harry Gumbinski, Helene Maines, Shmuel Voloshnik, Theodore Haas, Tony Ziegler, Trudy Lowenstein, Elizabeth Konitzer, Shelma Gottlieb, Shelma Meyer, Sophie Strauss, Sophie Weinberg, Tilly Grunbaum, Marguerite Weil, Martin Leftschi, Rosa Rosenthal, Rosalie Spinsnack, Shkaya Riluski, Berta Mainzer, Amy Sinason, Marianne Silberman, Mathilde Kohn, Mathilde Nachmann, Maximilian Kappel, Michael Maines, Maurice Fenichel, Moshe Spiegel, Moshe Fietzer, Natalie Goldwert, Pinchas Kuflik, Rivka Pink, Roshan Hirschfeld, Rosa Pesach, Rosa Sass, Rosalie Schnock. Sani Lewin, Theli Herch, Sigmund Herzog, Simcha Kuchel, Shloma Pochorles,
Tirza Hirschberg, Tony Stahl, Truda Wallach, Willie Friedman, Adele Meyer, Alice Hertz, Anita Hock, Arthur Schuftan, Benno Jacob, Berle Seligman, Karl Robins, Hannah Zucker, Charlotte Weinstock, Sila Fibak, Clara Hacker, Dora Treff, Elfrieda Steiner, Ellen Bluth, Elsa Ziertil, Elsa Kahn, Emma Herschel, Emmy Heinrich, Erika Levy, Ernestine Weiler, Fanny Gluckstadt, Fanny Rosenthal, Felix Lewin. Gertrude Nova, Gustine Wolf, Lily Beran, Johanna Lehman, Jacob Wolkolkwich, Isidor Yashkulovich, Itzhak Fischel, Louis Lowe, Ludwig Scharlach, Josef Fluss, Cecilia Chapelter, Margot Lominska, Shelma Fliedel, Karl Kaminsner, Otto Haas, Adele Harth, Arthur Weinstock, Abraham Schindler, Meyer Siegfried, Hilde Morgenstern, Ludwig Schontal, Godel Reich, Gretel Pechter, Dorothea Tromp, Marcus Zamorge, Menachem Becker, Mette Meyer, Therese Steinberg, Yehoshua Schlechterman, Joachim Niemann, Johanna Jacobs, Josef Zenner, Julie Strauss, Karl Grunewald, Lothar Hoffman, Louise Stern, Karl Mayer, Hudas Brenner, Hulda Hilsenrath, Jacob Gluckmann, Jacob Mantel, Johanna Meyer, Julie Humberg, Lolo Loeb, Philippine Marcuse, Erwin Jonas, Blima Berl, Meta Sucherstau, Otto Langstein, Elizabeth Marcus, Louise Kohner, Johanna Wolf, Bona Kohn, Jakob Rechnitz, Israel Weinblum, Menachem Tafel, Fritz Meyer, Jenny Wasserman, Itzhak Wackenheimer, Julius Fischer, Ilse Hirsch, Ilse Mueller, Irma Marx, Isidor Lowenstein, Itzhak Helbrun, Jacob Hellman, Jacob Yaraketscher, Jacob Louis, Jacob Fetterman. Johanna Hamel, Johanna Passmann, Josef Goldschmidt, Josef Posner, Joseph Friedenberg, Julie Friedman, Julius Levor, Julius Stern, Kata Lowenberg, Leonhard Wasserman, Leonor Sobelman, Lisbeth Grunwald, Lisa Wiener, Laura Strauss, Louis Wolf, Ludwig Lohn, Julie Schwartz, Berta Keller, Hannah Horowitz, Berta Meyer, Jacob Bergman, Jacob Stiebel, Yehoshua Spiegler, Keta Hannes, Lieselotte Friesen, Lily Happ, Semi Haas, Sigmund Stein, Tilly Friedman, Sally Jungster, Hannah Chink. Frieda Heyman, Margaret Kassel, Minas Blumenthal, Naftali Jakobowitz, Emily Kahn, Eric Wartenberg, Erna Hall, Ernst Rohr, Franz Pollack, Friedrich Hirschfeld, Greta Reichstaller, Hannah Rensburg, Henriette Stern, Ella Redlich, Ludwig Froelich, Ellie Popper, Gunther Schneider, Jacob Stiebel, Johanna Gans, Johanna Kissmann, Benjamin Weinstein, Caroline Hilbrun, Flora Speer, Sally Cohn, Bella Herc, Frida Ferrares, Carolina Lobel, Lily Mueller, Itzhak Horvich, Rosalie Kaufman, Ichma Neustadt, Lieselotte Moses, Lotte Wittelshofer, Ilse Cohn. Siegfried Fehlheimer, Lottie Hirsch, Louis Compart, Rosalie Hirsch, Jenny Meyer, Sigmund Marcus, Jakob Fleischmann, Margot Cohen, Mary Baruch, Meta Lesser, Rosa Levy, Sarah Sichel, Siegfried Jungermann, Walter Rosenthal, Joa Lewin, Axel Karsch, Benjamin Jonge, Bertolt Rosenstein, Cecily Devorson, Hannah Louis, Clara Goldstern, Walter Goma, Siegfried Spiker, Zipre Schreiber, Abraham Coulter, Abram Verdeber, Adolf Gottschalk, Alice Baruch, Amelie Lorch, Arthur Plemons, Bertha Dessauer, Betty Franken, Betty Idstein, Chaya Rothbart, Charlotte Witra, Haskell Gross, David Messing, Edith Kinderwater, Edith Sommerich, Elias Hahn, Eliza Louis, Emmy Hirschfeld, Etty Stein, Evelyn Dutsch, Fenya Schimmel, Fred Meyer, Fritz Kohn, Gunther Joachim, Henrietta Mitchell, Henriette Rothschild, Hermann Hochberger, Hermann Newman, Herta Newman, Hildegard Wolf, Moshe Sabel, Harry Seckles, Margot Goldstein, Meta Stern, Rachel Schrever, Bela Rickman, Clotilde Hochstatter, Siegfried Hammerschlag, David Strasberg, Gita Braufman, Chaim Eckstein, Hirsch Schlissel, Meyer Salm, Ruth Moses, Herman Friesem, Hilda Halle, Rosalie Jacobson, Henriette Goldschmidt, Therese Singer, Walter Herzfeld, Willem Dora, Abraham Redder, Chaim Griffel, Deborah Mendel, Emalia Rosenthal, Emmerich Kreichenstein, Emma Rosenbach, Erna Sperling, Fella Beckerman, Frida Barock, Gertrude Horwitz, Hella Reichert, Fanny Zinkes, Wolf Kohn, Hildegard Wolf, Edith Koplowitz, Mordko Neumeyer, Mina Haar, Jilly Schack, Arthur Essinger, Arthur Heckscher, Bertolt Warshawski, Ella Rosenthal, Flora Heilbronner, Heinz Sachs.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yes, this is
Please light one of the candles. And if you haven't already done so, please sign it on the board at the back.
I will.
Thank you. Our thanks to Marlene Moyer. Our next readers are Jennifer and Gary Lesser. I see that we don't have Ukraine per se, but we have what used to be the USSR, if that's all right.
We can read what's there. Now she wants me to go, and then she wants to go.
Fine. So, Jennifer, any particular country?
Just tell me.
Okay, so start right here, and it's just first name, last name. Okay, just down the list and on and on
Okay, how far do you want us to go?
until I come and get you.
Okay.
Okay.
You do a page.
And you can alternate a page. You can, however is comfortable
Let's
to
do
you.
that. We'll alternate
You do a
pages.
page on the page.
What? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Benzion Avramovich, Sarah Abramson, Penina Adler, Vega Adam, Rika Auerbach, Shabtai Agatowski, Chaim Aproblansky, Bernard Altman, Menachem Astermaski, Isaac Angel, Chaim Anderman, Sendel Appelboom, Etty Axelrad.
Hannah Oslerner, Moshe Aronovitz, Michelin Aronson, Sarah Obstbaum, Mose Ogurik, Liba Azarowik, Hirsch Oger, Avram Ostfield, Salem Ostra, Josa Azelka, Jospa Ostrazaga, Sizmil Oskala, Frida Oppenheimer.
Chana Ofen, Baruch Oder, Chaya Orenstein, Miriam Ungar, Joseph Iwander, Elizabeth Itzikion, Shifra Ikovsky, Jenna Ikovich, Matilda Eisner, Elena Eiderman, Machla Eitelstein, Benzion Eisenbaum, Hersch Eisenthal.
Aharon Ashtin, Estera Azenbaum, Rivka Eis, David Eiferman, Edward Eberson, Felix Ephraim, Flora Ehrlich, David Erleman, Elsa Erman, George Brenser, Lois Tinbrink, Wooly Gondelman, Marguerite Goldstein.
Yedel Gutman, Racha Gelbart, Jacob Dayan, Ephraim Weidman, Clara Weinstein, Vega Weisberg, Bejla Chramblowski, Erzabeth Tufel, Hedwig Teutsch, Hinda Kirschenbaum, Jacob Tenenbaum, Jonash Tenenbaum, Nathan Triebfeder.
Judith Jokovitz, Samuel Katz, Shandor Katz, Esther Cohen, Bluma Cohn, Marie Cohen, Roland Cohen, Jakak Cohn, Leah Cohn, Hannah Laub, Nenny Lazar, Erno Lautman.
Berta Lubner, Naftali Mer, Stefania Polak, Mriusha Pirowski, Esther Pirovich, Chana Joena, Yankel Pirovich, Meyer Pirovich, Mosk Pirovich, Bluma Paist, Yenta Paist, Israel Paist, Sarah Paist.
Eva Pepper, Philip Pepper, Bertha Plazak, Mejluch Plazak, Minsha Proudilo, Tauba Priston, Movsha Priston, Jania Prenska, Sal Pizagoda, Israel Prizagoda, Aaron Faust, Rachel Fang, Hermina Tufel.
Aidalf Farkach, Judes Farkas, Lily Farkas, User Volkenvlieg, Rachmel Volkenvlieg, Grisha Fudeman, Johanna Fudeman, Shmuel Fudeman, Hirsch Futriki, Chana Fuchs, Leib Fuchs, Ephraim Furman, Rivka Finger.
Anshul Kamil, Shlomo Kirshen, Jenny Rappaport, Victor Schwartz, Regina Stadfeld, Faja Stein, Sydney Stein, Rose Steinberg, Haha Steinloff, Hava Sterenberg, Jacob Schmolvich, Jacob Goldman, Eleonora Amarati.
Suzanne Amarachi, Solomon Amarachi, Prosper Arus, Ferenc Ungar, Rachel Uzerowicz, Fanny Ichenhauser, Wolf Eidelstein, Rachel Ezra, Irmgard Olesner, Malka Engelman, Naftal Engel, Ignac Enten, Mendel Echenrak.
Itzhak Erster, Moshe Balsan, Georges Bodenheimer, Elimelech Bomogren, Jisha Bosas, Astar Borshaploska, Lejab Borenstein, Regina Buns, Yitzhak Banim, Michel Berenberg, Guri Berger, Samuel Berlin, Feiga Blank.
Dina Blanc, Leib Blanc, Remetta Blinbaum, Rachel Braun, Samuel Brand, Katje Bradbart, Ile Gans, Aron Gorensky, Batsheva Geles, Abraham Groteman, Kalmane Grunberg, Usher Grunberg.
Basia Deich, Elizabeth Hasty, Aaron Von Dies, Benzion Weinkrantz, Mario Veraldi, Itka Varashvsky, Mania Kavan, Nassim Israel, Benzion Khan, Mazel Tov Cohen, Modi Lichtman, Joseph Lilienbaum, Miriam Lieber.
Georges Levy, Lubav Levin, David Lechrowitz, Max Kohn, Desko Lorinch, Benzion Mazor, Benzion Malamud, Jolan Marcus, Chaya Musman, Abraham Norbauer, Sarah Norbauer, Berend Sosen.
Rizel Sistakovsky, Benzion Papo, Bathsheba Polak, Alder Portnoy, Yaakov Portnoy, Fanny Porges, Benzion Fabricant, Batsvia Verwasser, Yehosha Fischer, Helena Veit, Benzion Fetterman, Batsheva Frucht, Kiva Kapustin.
Mixakis, Libby Kleinman, Flora Nobleman, Alka Proeni, Jakub Kristal, Beryl Rondansky, Alexander Waywich, Gitela Rauken, Moshe Rosenblum, Yosef Pozer, Brana Rucher, Beryl Reitman, Tara Rachinitzer.
Ilanka Romer, Jonas Reinhardt, Rudolf Schanzer, Samuel Solomon, Ben Solomon, Solomon Simonovitz, Bernie Spear, Bathsheba Siroch, Sandor Klein, Catalin Klein, Benjamin Cabran, Shane Cabran, Gershon Cabran.
Adele Cabran, Abraham Cabran, Gitel Cabran, Esther Friedman, Nachman Dolgan, Freda Dolgan, Udal Dolgan, Feige Dolgan, Lorke Teitcher, Nochem Abinovitz, Alexander Farber, Abraham Milchen, Chaim Dichter.
Esther Dichter, Yaakov Dichter, Kahai Berger, Sarah Shmarkovitz, Tob Pesavko, Menuka Shamarkovitz, Sonia Shamarkovitz, Yankel Shamarkovitz, Liba Shamarkovitz, Irene Boritz, Andrei Leb, Helena Gal, Helena Lestigova.
Yabov Levalv, Mitek Allenbeck, Sala Allenbeck, Severin Allenbeck, Simeon Bela Berezovsky, Chaya Rabinovich, Hugo Meyer, Boris Choturetsky, Giel Eickerman, Gedalia Eickerman, Avram Gusovsky, Jacob Newberg.
Shai Gosovsky, Itzhak Najman, Perla Najman, Masha, Erno Grossman, Kam Grinwald, Tony Grinwald, Bevel Kazan, Clara Adler, Rahil Kazan, Mina Friedberger, Hermann Einstein, and Laura Arnold.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you
coming.
for everything
Thank you
you
so
do.
much. And just please, both of you light a candle. Each of you light a candle. And if you haven't already, sign in on the board in the back.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, Betsy.
Thank you.
Our thanks to Jennifer and Gary Lesser. Our next reader is Stuart Feldman, and Stuart will be reading names of Holocaust martyrs from the former USSR. First name, last name.
Yeah.
And down the list.
And
No,
where?
we don't need any of that,
don't need
just
it.
first name, last name.
Okay.
That way we get more names.
Okay, yep. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Shaya Gustovsky, Itzhak Najman, Perla Najman, Masha, Erno Grossman, Chaim Grinwald, Tony Grinwald, Velvel, Kazan, Clara Adler, Raquel Kosman, Minna Friedberger, Hermann Einstein, Laura Arnold, Stephanie Arnold, Frederique Arnold, Cecile Arnold, Elise Bottom, Raphael Bottom, Sammy Bottom, Lazar Rubenstein, Hajnal Grossman, Yakov Lugatsky, Olga Grossman, Kanan Katz, David Mazur, Huna Mazur, Nachman Fidel, Riva Begel, Moshe Begel, Miriam Begel, Asna Tuskerman, Nachman, Kuperschmidt, Gila, Rubanovich, Ila, Schechter, David, Shidhanovich, Clara, Feinstein, Kana, Krogyak, Brania, Lerner, Mikhail, Lerman, Azek, Gottlieb, Yankel Lerman, Ragha Lerman, Hendel, Gottlieb, Moshe Gottlieb, Marguerite Alexander, Sosia Kremer, Abram Itten, Yankel Kremer, Israel Rabinovich, Pavel Rabinovich, Abram Rabinovich, Abram Borisov, Leah Appel, Leah Appel, Reuven Fuchsen, Mendel Borovsky, Alexander Borovsky, Emmanuel Bolestovsky, Abram Krovnov, Hirsch, Kusak, Berta Mostovi, Moon, Gusak, Emma Gusak, Yankel Shipsman, Reuven Kurshermer, Ida Kurshermer, Pisha Kurshermer, Kasha Rubinchik, Natalie Israel, Clara Kaufman, Hirsch Gradozovic, Isiv Uzvitsky, Yefim Volodarsky, Lazar Reisman, Esther Kipsheman, David Schechter, Fulia Förster, Fega Schechter, Aita Binsovic, Sala Binsovic, Malka Binsovic, Israel Binsovic, Moishe Binsovic, Ayasiv Eris, Daniel Gibberman, Ida Rubin, Ida Orskovsky, Yaakov Oroskovsky, Shaya Oroskovsky, Fania Levin, Ernest Besunga, Pearl Gisberg, Zenda Fleischer, Mendel Beckerman, Gavril Bershavsky, Meyer Mensk, Philip Mensk, Lendert Mensk, Emmanuel Mensk, Kana, Shina Sagel, Rachel Back, Ernst Back, Samuel Gross, Aaron Shakuya, Dora Shakuya, Sima Fitterman, Jenia Kantorovich, Chaim Berenblit, David Ofi, Feiga Pekar, Boris Ofi, Kaya Iofi, Razel Iofi, Bella Iofi, David Dodik, Aranka Ernst, Kanuch Enten, Suratepa, Kurgoye Fogel, Anna Fogel, Leib Wasser, Israel Wasser, Mordechai Wasser, Rahul Vanier, Isuf Daiskin, Ion Shmoisman, Nekhaima, Verizon, Leib Shane, Henriette Schindler, Biet Goldschmidt, Anna Lurie, Kuba Branin, Arkady Lurie, Baal Polmel, Valentina Columbus, Asna Blyden, Israel Lippert, Chaim Katz, Lina Stern, Sally Stern, Flora Meyer, Rula Borzyovsky, Luba Boryovsky, Georgie Shapiro, Ginia Katz, Israel Verkovsky, Maza Benzotic, Gitla Groman, Moses Krems, Iosif Shamus, Abraham Krems, Chaim Einbinder, Simcha Einbinder, Borach Kling, Maria Kling, Bazia, Kling, Labe, Rachman, Samuel, Berman, Bent Zion, Kleiner, Reuven, Paripsky, Yom Tov, Penquil, Leonid, Amiton, Meta, Fishalar, Aaron, Lewin, Isaac, Golenzer, Bat-Sheva, Albin, Laser, Zelzon, Moishe, Postolov, Fanya, Rabinovich, Yankel, Wasserman, Batsheva, Feldman. Josephine Weiss, Benjamin Friedman, Alta Manovich, Ben Zion Sandler, Ben Zion Schipelberg, Eva Zlesel, Avram Kinzou, Avram Rosman, Moishe Zelsman, Maya Brechzeller, Robert Rado, Sophia Cantor, Ben Chayan, Belinsky, Bet Zion, Dekalyar, Margit, Chorig, Margaret Schwark, Rosie Moses, Sanyi Mahe, Sanyi Dob, Bozri Solomon, Jeno Fichetti, Dina Demetz, Irma Lostig, Hans Meyer, Yaakov Pomentsev, Toby Fleisch, Isaac Fleisch, Pesach Kipnis, Abraham Beardi, Yasha Shapiro, Yittel Ulrich, Kaika Surkis, Moisei Surkis, Kova Circus, Gavet Circus, Mosai Negoz, Leova Plotskin, Mira Solkin, Vera Golden, Sophia Golden, Yefim Golden, Anna Shechupat, Liba Megid, Yankel Levestein, Pesach Karpman, Leib Fickman, Yankel Friedman, Esther Friedman, Fredia Lerner, Moshe Kaplan, Olga Rosenberg, Aaron Rosenberg, Pinkas Rosenberg, Lyova Rosenberg, Clara Greenberg, Sholem Litvak, Molka Litvak, Chaim Litvak, Ayosef Litvak, Hinda Mekovsky, Avram Zamansky, Golda, Reisel, Aina Piskun, Natan Frumkis, Amelia Bagel, Dobresh Bagel, Ida Gershongon, Isa Lifshitz, Kanya Fleickman, Iska Kerza, Sidonia Fuchs, Samuel Fuchs, Egon Fuchs, Polinia Fisson, Vera Iofi, Wilhelm Weiss, Moshe Dvorkin, Sarah Loshach, Sonia Dorfman, Sonia Kayet, Mikhail Kobrinsky, Reichel Rosenberg, Kayaka Fuchs, Clara Kelb, Shaya Fuchs, Yankel Lies, Therese Klau, Oscar Klau. Okay, thank you.
You're here for us every year.
Yeah,
We really
always.
appreciate
How
it.
could you miss?
And please light a candle also. Our thanks to Stuart Feldman. And we're very, very pleased that we're joined by our B'nai Mitzvah Club today to read names. Rabbi, it's all yours. Okay, so these are names of children.
Okay.
Some of them are hard to pronounce.
Yeah, I can tell.
But please don't worry about that. Just do the best you can, and it'll be totally fine.
Okay.
First name and last name, and just keep reading until we tell you to stop.
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm going to start, and then she's going to take over.
That's totally fine. Thank you so much.
No problem. Liza Kackmeister, Milan Beck, Zio Weissman, Jerzik Wilk, Joselle Zarnowski, Sonia Kilkovich, Yakov Kate, Nellie Silberberg, Jeno Fisher, Avraham Nerdinsky, Yaakov Yeverboim, Judith Kameni, Sonia Korobov, Leah Mulrad, Gitu Hartstein, Lena Kravtsova, Agota Weitz, Iboli Weitz, Milek Reich, Alexander Averbach,
Solomon Loderspill, Misha Gorlachov, Yevgeny Pupkin, Rebecca Kruk, Vova Zayonchik, Maya Labovskaya, Milos Platovsky, William Honig, Yevgeny Schittenberg, Laja Peleman, Yakov Kleiman, Yuda Pras, Haya Levina, Henriette Louis Van Der, Ruth Kozak, Harry Morgenstern, Lila Nestel, Zina Bachman, Dvosha Mink, Evik Beran. Giori Lipner, Hikla Paramuter, Pinhas Ulrich, Tamas Lowy, Fira Kuniavsky, Joseph Simoviki, Chava Lowenson, Freda Wolecki, Sivia Ventrab, Mendel Roth, Iosif Lipilis, Yakov Cooperband, Matus Flashner, Musia Pestun, Duvid Veinruk, Mara Mazo, Shmulek Yavitsky, Margot Jani, Emil Wagner, Genek Kurnek.
Feivel Yashpas, Moishe Mendelowitz, Clarche Brudenvelds, Svi Friedman,
Seaman, Tesler, Maurice, Abravanel, Etya, Livovich, Maria, Yampolskaya, Veruca, Khan, Grazia, Anticoli, Yitzchak, Abraham, Bubby, Ziferblatt, Motel, Polyakov, Raquel, Maklin, Kyla, Izbiki, Lotzi, Moshkovich, Henya, Ozerowitz, Joni, Sapira, Yana, Staritz, Sveta, Steiskin.
Avramel Milyavsky, Maya Lewandowski, Asia Monastirskaya, Laura Bonina, Jetka Wexelblatt, Joseph Stad, Henrich Schechter, Hirsch Pressman, Oskar Tabovitz, Tevi Frater, Solomon Mlinowski, Jacob Moskovitz, Michael Lubchik, Gabby Peterfriend, Frog Swart, Ina Pinskaya, Benjamin Olbaum, Jansika Kovacs, Menki Libby, Favia Merkeles. Sarah Weinstein, Ruth Lufschitz, Jakira Thau, Sarah Mezherovsky, Cecilia Fonia, Yakov Lyubkin, Alex Scheitzen, Stefan Senbrun, Aaron Perchik, Lajbel Rakowski, Abraham Marcelkowicz, Devora Narodsky, Hirsch Sokolsky, Ekaterina Dennis, Raya Markova, Pinchus Seigelman, Heidi Rosenweiser, Yakov Wolpowitz, Joseph Leb Freuko Weisman. Benjamin Ostrovsk, Israel Lyubich, Ella Rybakov, Chaja Najgas, Francois Akar, Alik Nyburg, Maya Oginets, Layusia Nokina, Yasef Brezer, Esther Weiner, Krajntel Zer, Aninka Better, Tanya Anapul, Chir Miodeki, Henry Torres, Zunia Stelzer, Kochava Alaluf, Marek Pencherek, Joseph Milstein, Metabri.
Fizzle Horowitz, Deborah Weiss, Mara Nakamuli, Raya Mikolayevskaya, Tadzio Rajman, Burl Okinivsky, Celia Volinsky, Raya Minkova, Faiga Goose, Vierka Lowy, Rayla Berkowitz, Mara Pantuk, Shmulik Zalmanovich, Bella Plox, Sylvia Jakobowitz, Abraham Mugg, Margaret Mirovics, Cyril Zimmerman, Emek Spiwak, Pinkas Sajovics.
Thank you both. I appreciate you doing this. It's very important. And please, each of you, be certain to light one of the candles down front, okay? Thank you. read the names of Holocaust martyrs who were from a particular country of origin or children?
Children.
Okay, so this is the list, and just first name and last name. Some of these names are hard to say, but don't worry about it. Do the best you can, and it'll be fine. The important thing is that they be said in any way at all. Okay?
Benjamin Zickner, Judith Orenstein, Leibich Bojmel, Avrum Prostak, Israel Reichman, Aaron Wagoner, Alexander Semchenkov, Yevel Feinberg, Alexander Turman, Celia Schliffner, Vera Perelman, Louise Walvis, Vilko Eckstein, Daniela Gerenreich, Urka Cederbaum, Nukim Berenson, Grishenka Pomplushka, Philippus Kekok, Yakov Bayet, Eric Totier.
Ryer Alpevich, Moishe Rabinovich, Lucia Schwarzbird, Manya Bederova, Basheva Laser, Bela Ushomersky, Gdaila Mayerovic, Boria Ruckman, Margit Steiner, Jakow Sashalowski, Mara Sechstman, Marita Kadadsopoulos, Izia Rosenblaum, Aya Bernstein, Vajga Warda, Chaskil Eisenweg, Manya Yurik, Zeshia Fimiser, Ayazif, Purit, Lajos Fixler.
Joseph Taumim, Ferenza Schlenziger, Yasha Weissman, Joseph Trachtman, Sioma Vayman, Vega Sarfajitson, Sofa Jakubson, Betya Zlantnikov, Yakov Feiner, Avrum Schreiber, Frumetal Slepon, Monique Sikal, Nelia Baranova, Bella Weissman, Irma Grunwald, Olis Moore, Georgi Tischler, Krosia Bernstein, Libby Kellner, Jeanette Prink.
Sylvia Ferdinand, Rokel Voldman, Zenia Cherney, Aronchik, Gervek, Ear Wagenberg, Hester Joss, Toma Kopilvik, Toila Meshman, Erzebet, Auschwitz, Boria, Waistband, Isoph, Weisblatt, Abraham Wildman, Purcell, Hechler, Georgi Ways, Chavala, Rain Nobinowitz, Isaac Sear, Matas Perelman, Isaac Wallard, Trudel Jospe, Isa Wajnkowaski.
Yehiel Eisenreich, Merke Rosenzweig, Marikos Abravanel, Yevgeny Kaimov, Sihi Iksik, Duvid Kapnik, Mania Wolfman, Leonia Zadenberg, Yasha Weissman, Bension Burke, Manya Weiss, Yaakov Eisenberg, Leah Zaidi, Chaya Weitzman, Sippy, Wesser, Chaya Wiersbicki, Ludmila Zlotnikova, Sioma Vasser, Etel Weisbrod, Ata Zimblist.
Thank you. Thank you both. Be sure each of you to light a candle down front. We appreciate it. Thanks, Andrew. Hi. Okay, so this is a list of the names of children who died in the Holocaust. What we need you to do is read the first name and the last name, okay? And just work your way down the list and turn the page when you're done. A lot of these names are very hard to say. Don't worry about it. Do the best you can. None of us can say them clearly, but the main thing is that we say them the best that we can. Okay? Thank you.
Kiri Rosenberg, Rasha Pedowitz, Artek Rech, Ja Schwartz, Chaim Weinstein, Kaja Zelmanowitz, Isaac Friedman, Stella Avramovic, Irvin Hitter, Yitzhak Wilner, Serenka Krager, Freemed Mintzberg, Ichiel Gerwitz, Edith Werthemeyer, Ruth Wolken, Chaim Weiss, Ida Dvorkina, Jesua Weiss, Ita Rosenwald, Franziska Weiss,
Zushi Echrenfield, Tomika Balajiti, Lucia Bechrenwad, Lily Kirstenstein, Moshe Azenkov, Nicole Blashenjan, Annette Albi, Hajim Pretzler, Eboya Gutman, Karolinka Zimawoda, Lavinia Hokbrutskaya, Leah Mitzelis, Miklos Wohl, Moshe Berkin, Sarah Altman, Sloa Solwitjinks, Thomas Wollner, Susanna Zeller, Arist Khan, Yisroel Novich,
Joshua Just, Henrik Helt, Gyula Frank, Oscar Fried, Sipora Perlmutter, Adike Doranter, Mixa Rosenbaum, Tomas Albalez, Henye Rosenbaum, Susie Hatcher, Hawa Ozerjonsky, Razel Storm, Tane Becknenstein, Hers Lebovitz, Zoja Kinishkaya, Jacko Fixman, Lesia Abelowitz, Magdi Spitzer, Salampi Niselson, Senya Nierenberg.
Simoka Goliak, Nelia Bobrova, Pesach, Buksanki, Pinches, Ehrlichman, Butu, Schackenberg, Greti, Grunfield, Imek, Haran, Lila, Wolfenson, Zitzel, Moshkovix, Ruin, Fabiusak, Quia, Pilla, Mara Albovich, Hinnock, Todger, Chaya, Bernstein, Bedrusk, Moduali, Basia, Eisenberg, Piros, Rosenwasher, Lipsia, Aronvich, Seni, Friedman, Lobov, Edelstein.
Baruch Weinblatt, Yaakov Zeltzer, Fischel Sobi, Yanko Geller, Yaakov Zieger, Shloma Kola, Tomas Büchler, Elza Beckman, Renee Rudo, Hasia Steinberg, Elk Hoganik, Basi Kohokar, Chaya Bole, Lacey Balahti, Chaim Arkawi, Israel Ajen, Fievel and Chilgader, Eli Lebowell, Kitty Cohen, Shmuel Herskovitz.
Tommy Bernstein, Yitzchak, Fuchs, Yankel, Herchat, Palo, Prokai, Paulette, Azenfus, Yentel, Budovich, Elka, Kucker, Chawa, Kellner, Joseki, Bernstein, Meyer Granat, Abraham Albrandt, Dennis Friedman, Manya Bivok, Yakov Alpovich, Pina Pickness, Velblatt, Yelena, Brunvich, Lova, Byraman, Fajga, Logist, Etel, Honjovicha, Paulette, Gutmonster,
Manya Babich, Yehuda Hasday, Izya Chernakyev, Halinka Glichenstein, Vladimir Bruckman, Avram Azaus, Zuzi Kraus, Marika Baruch, Morek Kabijo, Etcha Fixler, Kenek Munich, Yuzik Platonik, Clarika Rothschild, Jerzy Fischhaub, Susanna Plindova, Abraham Berger, Gedalia Lewin, Leah Bejun, Helusha Alfasher, Yosali Chasman.
Thank you all very, very much. Please be sure each of you to light a candle down front. Hello. Hello, Lila. How are you? Lila, a lot of these names are really hard to say. I can't say many of them myself, so really don't worry about it. Just do the best you can, because the most important thing is that they be said in any way, okay? So, first name, last name. Okay?
Pessel Gutmann, Franca Di Cave, Arhe Neuenstein, Fania Freint, Liucia Diener, Ezio Buchwald, Lisa Porgesh, Alberto Bueno, Volodya Koshvin, Yitzhak Dratver, Yitzhak Bronstein, Stella Palkovitz, Hanusha Lipsik, Devora Karnovsky, Frida Koppels, Stella Donnenbaum, Manya Berishstein, Yasha Dobushki, Stella Elkana, Yosef Russo.
Bumek Brukus, Laz Dub, Zlata Kessler, Dolly Hasid, Sulamit Kassiv, Kalda Zimmerman, Judith Balger, Itich Mendelovich, Dvoria Klanman, Sofa Billinson, Riza Berkowitz, Alik Gorenstein, Hennis Yeglink, Jan Krupp, Dorotha Grunfield, Zusa Haas, Mumrat Mott, Yasha Epstein, Tanya Gizernterman, Bachelor Fellow.
David Kukier, Sylvia Muller, Maya Feinberg, Leonia Berkovich, Zenya Braslavskaya, Giorgio Ishak, Peter Stein, Miriam Davidovitz, Alberto Portodi, Avram Kroitoru, Izia Tchaikovsky, Nuniek Ikalvik, Yona Berkowitz, Yaakov Broll, Yaakov Goldman, Margita Senbrun, Maya Feinberg, Razel Ikovich, Sonia Kovalershik, Yakov Budanitsky.
Menachem Frodimot, Ilya Danov, Naomi Gutman, Sonia Bogdalova, Fredek Immerglick, Mort Sin, Moses Dawidosis, Albertica, Ian Chelevisi, Salinke Zassler, Friedel Zelikovic, Poli Oshitzer, Rycia, Wayne Reb, Tubi Friedman, Padra Issakow, Yelena Bryant Siva, Joseph Goldstein, Frederica Borstrock, Gittel Levy, Silulia Nodulman, Ebolia Ovidus,
Sonia Diktulskaya, Bension Alperovich, Tamara Goldschmidt, Berech Greenberg, Alicia Radomiselski, Librovich, Gucia Robak, David Isaac, Julia Koverdenvan, Isaac Chimisk, Mikhail Daimshitz, Perella Srulevich, Yasha Farber, Moshe Feuerstein, Rohetes Weinberger, Chava Dembowski, Israel Budman, Basia Hudes, Rachel Israel, Monique Feigl.
Esfer Kondrat, Yaakov Hulak, Nutra Reitman, Ella Hershevitz, Malcha Herman, Clarcia Schmid, Dickhock Rothman, Gittel Dukowski, Alice Kuchuk, Isaac Ikovic, Adzik Asner, Nicole Noch Mowski, Chava Dimon, Stan, Sonia Dolagina, Eliyahu Markowitz, Chaya Fuchs, Martuska, Strauss, Jazzy Berman, Mottel, Steinmetz, Asher Mazo.
Thank you for everything. I'll thank you more later. Violet, thank you. Now, I need both of each of you to light a candle, okay?
And finally, we welcome Noah and his dad, Michael Feldman.
See you. How are you? Okay, so this is a list of the names of some of the children who died in the Holocaust. We just need you to read the first and last name of each. some of these names are really hard to say, but don't worry about it. None of us can get them right. Do the best we can, because the important thing is just that they be heard in any fashion that we can manage, okay? Okay.
You want me to go first? You go first.
Astria Cohen, Yitzhak Zayat, Joachim Gertzel, Nukim Rantovich, Izia Geldfand, Maya Friesman, Ruth Deskel, Raphael Lever, Simon Joskowitz, Hanka Rosemarin, Esther Badanki, Kitty Newman, Madeline Schwartzman, Perla Kwiatek, Ruth Eisenstark, Sora Ellerin, Clara Leon, Zuzi Fleischman, Dewey Dietlich, Yitzhak Gervich.
Yitzhak Farber, Bessie Yelnowich, Yitzhak Greenberg, Ihak Gladstein, Yahtzee Markutz, Judith Engelsrath, Toa Boris, Israel Eckstein, Manya Galpervich, Sarota Steinberg, Pinchas Kraus, Laszlo Fischer, Jospa Hernower, Jozikska Deutsch, Liebicht Kalek, Peril Hakalyo, Hanuzia Binky, Emma Kalker, Aniko Fischer, Yitzhak Bitstreaker.
Lucia Serbransky, Nunia V. Gardner, Isaac Granader, Antel Litmanowitz, Danya Greenberg, Joshua Farkash, Janus Spreisman, Jeanette Margenstigen, Jonkel Griesgren, Isaac Olka, Miriam Kopenhagen, Herz Weiler, Ruben Steicher, Nikama Tarbutin, Gil Fireman, Sonia Freund, Volodya Pupko, Jackie Mantell, Henry Majerksik, Liania Kopilovich.
Efim Kobalinski, Mikhail Feinstein, Bentzane Lipkind, Erica Weinberger, Fela Greiwiller, Yasi Roth, Ota Platowski, Ruti Orbach, Soma Gertovoy, Giori Farkas, Hester Hamelberg, Basa 14, Jakob Moscovici, Gita Spear, Frida Tischgarden, Louisa Berkowitz, Sora Nurzek, Beryl Zarnowecki, Josef Fischler, Betty Keneg.
Haim Farkas, Jerzy Loeffelholz, Elias Matathias, Ishak Strago, Serena Spetter, Minke Polak, Sarale Olayaz, Lacey Frankovitz, Misha Greifer, Ruth Gottlieb, Manya Geiser, Fagile Quinter, Felicia Hofstather, Edith Freilich, Joseph Forkach, Anika Fruscher, Broke Fayad, Liuba Golukin, Ishak Eckstein, Ruth Gruenberger.
Jutta Mendel, Edith Fried, Raikwa Horowitz, Aria Brandis, Jetje Lipschitz, Stella Wiener, Israel Friedman, Mindy Burkoki, Zu Zenneworth, Jakob Geller, Zuzana Gombos, Yuri Goldstein, Edie Ebenschig, Janos Gross, Margot Steinberg, Odette Abu Dalafia, Jean Matovitz, Bosni Gurotz, Zina Astrahakanaya, Tamas Guro.
One more.
Joseph Fromovitz, Joel Murad, Yatali Gladstein, Isidore Kabiljo, Lena Gervich, Inna Kurtzer, Hannah Rajkagot, Jacob Grossfeld, Moshe Friedman, Alla Bernstein, Laszlo Gleis, T.B. Farkas, Alice Kozower, Borele Milich, Joseph Froyomovitz, Miklos Gersh, Shlomi Abraham, Simon Millibrand, Sulamit Kastrowicki, Tula Bohoropoulos.
Yeshua Zailwar, Erna Moskowitz, Julia Kloten-Van, Josef Goldenklans, Mathe Herstahl, Yekashil Deutsch, Burl Hirsch, Braca Kensler, Charlotte Bokian, Erica Moskowitz, Chaim Hoschbaum, Yitzhak Schwartz, Zuzia Fries, Frida Leibovitz, Deborah Gutenberg, Aniko Glide, Flora Sarliu, Eli Hano, Aniko Glide, Sofa Kamayichkaya.
Well, our thanks to the students and parents of our B'nai Mitzvah Club. We're very grateful for their participation this afternoon, I should say. And we're very, very pleased to welcome our old and dear friends who support us year in and year out from the Church of St. Paul of the Cross. We're very, very grateful and delighted to see you all and to see so many of you. And it's just, you do us a great honor by being here. It's a great act of friendship, and it's sorely needed, especially today. All of you know the story of what we do on this day each year, and I know you all know my wife Barbara, with who organizes this with me, and I'll introduce you sort of en masse to our daughter Ariel, who's with us here today as well. Say hi, Ari. And Ari was our guest speaker this morning. So that was really a nice treat for Barbara and me, and I think for everyone that was here to hear her. She spoke about her own experience as a member of a group called 3G New York. It's a third generation of families of Holocaust survivors. And she told the story of that group and how it came to be and her journey to becoming a member of that group. They speak at schools all throughout the New York City metropolitan area and even beyond, to bring the history, to keep the history and memory of the Holocaust alive by telling their own family stories. And she told the story of our family, in particular of my father, who was a Holocaust survivor. So that's what's been happening here this morning and this afternoon up till now, and we're glad to have you join us. And we're going to ask, as we do every year, that you honor us with the reading of the names of the righteous among the nations. And I know that you know, all of you, or most of you, who the righteous among the nations are. They were people who are not Jewish, who were designated by Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum and Memorial in Israel, as righteous because at the risk of their own lives and families and fortune, they took action to help shelter and save Jews during the Holocaust years in Europe. So, having said all of that, we will begin with the reading of those names with Father Tom. So, Father, if you would come up and join us. And I guess that you all know as well, after all these years of being with us, that the righteous were found in every country across Europe and even beyond. And so we're pleased to have you read the names of righteous from countries where you or your families may have had their origins. So is there a particular? France. So it's just the first name and last name? Okay. They usually list the last names first. But please read. Okay, thank you.
John Anne Destage, Alfred and Suzanne Abadir, Marcel and Madeleine Abel, Ellie and Emmeline Abel, Lucy and Lide Abel, Albert and Louise Achard, Lucienne and Marie Achard, Père Jean Adrien, Marius et Katarina Ageron, Denise Agodic Pauline, Joseph and Marie Alaus, Germaine Albert, Sister Albert Marie, Jean Albuy, Antonia Albi, François et Jean Olga Tissot Allard, Jean et Marguerite Allard, Blanche et Pierre Allard, Odette Allègre, Mère Saint-Lucie Alané, Georges et Juliette Allenbach, Gaston Elina Alibert, Marie-Thérèse Allion, René et Madeleine Aram, Charles Ottefer, Georges Amblard, Sully Henri et Marie Augusta Amblard.
Marius and Marie-Jeanne Ampou,
Pierre-André, Stefan and Louise Andrivon, Odette Andro, Ernest and Marie Androuin, Catherine Andrelakis, Jean and Marianne Ann Prince, and Jean and Guillaume Ann Prince, Albert Marius and Marie Bernard, Germaine Costa Angles, Frère François Angel, Fernand Lucien and Albertine Anne, Annette, Jules and Marie Léontine, Marie-Thérèse, Annette, Auguste and Marie Auguste Antier, Max Arbez, Albert and Julie Saint Lucien Arbomont, Paul and Madeline Arsène, Anne-Marie Cécile Mère Supérieure Ardouin, Henri and Solange Bourguignon Ardurel, Father Cyril Argenti, Joseph and Emilienne Argou, Marionnette Arjac Touja, Elie Armengo, Emmanuel and Marie-Louise Arnal, Etienne Arnaud, Arnaud de Rennes, Marie Sir Léocadie Arnaud, Isilda Arnoui, Arnaud, Paul and Fernand Saint-Maurice, Antoine et Marie-Louise Hélène Arnaud, Father Joseph Auguste Ariba, Jean et Catherine Aripe.
Denis Louis Arsène Augustine Hart, Élisée Léontine Artigonave, Fanny Marie et Jean-Jacques Astier, Paul et Rose Astier, Augustine et Juliette Aubert, Maxime et Yvonne Aucon, Aristide et Yvonne Audi, Roger et Huguette, Madame Blachine Hélène Audi, Jean Marius et Cécile Guillard Auden, Ernest et Lucie Autry, Charlotte Oduro, Marcel et Fernand Jean Orgueil, Marianne et Jeannette Augendré, Jean et Gabriel Aumont, Jean et Lucienne Aupetit, Henri et Jean Altard, François et Catherine Altier, Alfred et Marie-Louise Aymar, Victor et Marie Aymar, Julienne Aserio, Suzanne Babou, André et Clémence, et Yvonne Guillaume Baccaret, Daniel Bachet, Gabriel et Angèle Baclet, Marie Bachet, Antoine et Françoise Badard, Edouard et Émile, Badon et Monette et Jean, Madeleine de la Paris, Jean, hermana Marie Paul Bagaredes, Henri et Marcel Bagot.
Thank you both. Father, thank you. Thank you. Yes, please, each of you, please light a candle. Just watch your step going down. Before I call forward our next readers, as I do each year, I'd like to offer just a little brief description or explanation of what you see before you. And we project on the faces and names that we project on the screen were ordinary people. They didn't hold any particular position or post or office in society. But we project those images just as a reminder to all of us to help us remember that all of the people who perished in the Holocaust were people that were just like us. They were no different. This is our rescued Holocaust Torah scroll, about which I've told you a bit in past years. It contains the 5 books of Moses, all written by hand in Hebrew, and there are very particular religious rules about the way it's to be maintained and the way it's to be kept. And if even a letter becomes smudged or unclear, we can't use it until it's repaired. And it needs to be repaired by a scribe who has special knowledge and authority about how to do it. It's entirely by hand. This was the possession of a congregation in a town called Tarnow in what is now the Czech Republic. That town and all of its Jews were swept up in the Holocaust. This Torah, along with a few thousand others, was put on the back of a truck, and it was hauled away and intended to be on display in a museum showing the artifacts of an extinct race. But at the end of the war, it was found and rescued and appropriately repaired, and an organization based in London called the Memorial Scrolls Trust did all of that and sent them around to congregations, to synagogues all over the world. We're the custodians of this one. It doesn't belong to us, but we just care for it. And it's ours, and it too helps us remember a congregation that was probably no different than ours and no different than yours, that doesn't exist any longer. I'd now like to call forward as our next readers, Jim and Scotty Howell. And as they make their way forward, I'll tell you something that I'm sure you probably already know, which is how terrific they are. And they've been with us each and every year that we've been doing this. And each year I reach out to Jim 3 or 4 weeks before we're going to do it, and I let him know when we're doing it, and the response is always one of support, and it's just something that we value and treasure so very much as we do them. So thank you both again for being here with us. Scotty, I guess we don't get to see you at the Apple store all that much anymore, but we're glad that you're here today. Is there a particular country? Germany. Okay. So Jim and Scotty will read the names of the righteous from Germany. First name, last name.
Elizabeth Abej, Richard Abel, Frida Adam, Willa Aram, Adolf and Maria Althoff, Frederick and Ruth Andreas, Aurelius Arkana, Hugo Arman, Hildegard Arnold, Heinrich Aschoff, Fritz and Hedwig Aub, Amo and Marguerite Bach, Leonard Bartikowski, Sister Claire Barwitzky, Dr. Albert Patel, Gita Bauer, Katharina Beowalters, Emil Beer, Bertold Beetz, Elise Beetz, Otto Berger, Herbert and Ella Bernhardt, Dr. Rudolf Bertram, Werner von Biel, Eckelhard Bingle Eidenmeyer, Willie Bleacher, and Elsa Blauschwitz.
Irina Block, Marie, son Adolf Bohm, Helena Bolin, Gottfried and son Ludwig Bonners, Paul and Kathleen Bonners, Elizabeth Bornstein, Johann and Kathy Botcher, Gunnar Brandt, Elizabeth Braun, Elizabeth Budig, Maria and Fitz Birrell, Henrik and Herta Brocksmith, Ernest Brose, Henny Bunik, Valessa Buchholz, Wilhelm Berger, Eric and Erika Buniger, Adolf and Frida Bunk, Maria Birdie, Emil Busch, Otto Bosch, Hans Klemeyer, Ursula Minsner, Joseph Kramer, Robert Cohen, Sylvia Kohnberg, Wilhelm and Greta Dien, Conrad David, Paul and Regina, daughter Marguerite David, Johannes and Eva Dilat, Hilda Dietrich.
Paul Dietrich, Reverend Alfred and Louise Dilger, Joseph and Maria Dinziger, Theodore and Hildegard Dipper, Walter and Anna Dissengoffer, Marguerite Dobik, Hans von Dobenow, Wanda Dombrowski, Martha Maria Driesen, Paul and Alfred and son Heinz Drusel, Ferdinand George Duckwaltz, Anna and Sylvia Dudassi, Gunther George and Therese Ebert, Joanna Eck, Gotthilf and Frieda Eckert, Gottfried Emmett von Emmett, Henri and Elise Eisner, Joseph Emmons, Bernard Falkenberg, Jean-Baptiste Falcon, Wanda Fernhern, Hans Feyerabend, Dr. Fritz Fielder, Hans Fitko, Emil and daughter Gabrielle Fleisser, Lissolette Fleming, Elizabeth Flug, Lydia Forstrom, Ella Friedli, Karen Friedrich, and Peter Friedrich.
Ernst Otto Fritz, Gertrude Fohitch, Fritz and August Fuchs, Kurt and Herta Fuchs, Ile Fullman, Gabby and son Wolfgang Gerber, Lisso and mother Louise Gantz, Hanny Ganser, Willie Gilbrich, Elsie Izowich, Karl Max and August Gehry, Hedwig Gehrig, Gustav and Clara Kervan, Anista Servan Gershwitz, Elizabeth Gesser, Albert and Marga Gills, Theodore Gerner, Elizabeth Goes, Richard and Hildegard Goes, Herman Gabard, Martha Grassman, Alfred and Liesel Gersman, Walter Cruz, George and Annalise Gushwich, Tony Grossman, Wilma Goyen, Dr. Henry Hirich Gerber, Kara Gerber, Maria Gunberg, Elma Guzem, Anna Gutzman.
Herbert and Maria Haroff, Erna Hartel, Otto and Hedwig Hoffner, Gerhard and Wally, Gertrude, Maria, and Monica Hagerman. Wilhelm Hammond, George and daughter Gertrude Hammer, Carola Hammer-Mueller, Lori and Albert Harder, Anne-Lise Harrich, Hans Hartmann, Lieselette Hasenstein, K.B. Hochschild, Robert Havenan, Fritz Hein, Heinrich Heinen, Joseph Heinen, Emil and Paula Heinzmann, Henrik Held, Werner and Lieselette Hellenbrandt, Donata Helmrich, Eberhard Helmrich, Marie Louise Hensel, Herbert Herden, Carl and Eva Herman, Otto Herman, Marta Herr, Dory and Albert Herr, Herman and Clara Hines, Edith Hirschfield Berlow, Joseph and Elise Hoffner, and Otto Horner.
Our thanks to Jim and Scotty. Franny Rich, please. You. Okay. We've already been here several hours, or I have, and we'll be here for another several, so I'm sorry for my mistake. Joanne and Brian McCormick will be our next readers. Thank you. So it's pretty simple. They list the last name first, but we want you to read first name and last name and just go down the list. You can alternate names, you can alternate pages, you can do it in whatever way is comfortable to you. Okay? Thank you.
First name and last name. Okay.
Pedro, a city. Ursula Adamati. Julia and Archie Afan de Rivera. Julia and Antonio Adavanti. Mima and Sparto Alalasi. Don Armando Asadrini, Amelia and Virginia Aberrasto, Professor Maria Ardanello, Pasquale Omerio, Lucy Adriana, Carlo Angiella, Anna and Giuseppe Orsiani, Sister Tina Anani, Umberto Antonelli, Maria Antazari, Don Fresco Antonelli, Pedro and Maria Antonano, Elio and Celia Giovanni Orelello, Dr. Ronaldo Ornandi, Giacomo Avina, Michael and Leonardo Abravanti, Giuseppe Arzelli, Virginia Di Bideni, Rosanna and Gusto Bardini, Amelia and Estello Barari, Libia Bardini,
Gino Bartali, Biagio Armenia Bartolucci, Bruno Giacomina Bartolucci, Rosmanda and Vincenzo and Benedetto Bartoleschi, Angelo Bassi, Giacomo Bassi, Lita Fernischi Basso, Alessandro Bastianan, Don Arrigo Beccari, Monsignor Agostino Bellato, Gino and Elsa Pionella Bellio, Giovanni Gina Belmessiari, Amelia Benedetti, Francesco Bertolio, Antonio Bertone, Regina and Giovanni Betten, Emo Brunilda and Lavina Bezin, Maria Giovanna Bassione, Amato and Letizia Bilor, Martino and Maria Bisagoni, Renato and Giovanna Bisagoni, Mother Superior Jeppesina Biviglia, Bianca and Laura Niera Armando Bizzi, Luciana Baldecci, Giuseppe and Luigi Bonatti, Ettore Bonicci, Enzo Boni Baldonio, Vasco Ada Borgonio, Giovanni Bormeo.
Monsignor Guido Bartomali, Monsignor Francisco Bassi, Don Alfo Bassi Jr., Umberto Bassi, Rita and Nino Bradi, Emilio and Mother Superior Brandi, D'Amico and Luigi Rondo, Giuseppe and Lucia Buciara, Luigi Ricci, Francisco Bondello, Luigi and Cavala Bugnello, Don Aldo Buncia, Roberto and Maria Brunetti, Giuseppe Briasca, Giuseppe Rudi, Laura Giovanbasto Risi, Laura Constantino Bugliera, Ernest Bonatti, Professor Anita Bruin, Sister Sarah Easter Brizzelli, Don Eugeo Busa, Emilio and Giorgio Carbuza, Amelia and Virgilio Collegio, Celia Calinari, Gennaro Campanari, Pia and Gina Cardini, Luca Carnelli, Dr. Mario
Canessa, Alfonso Cannavale.
Luigi and Giovanni Capello, Ciro Cardinale, Gino Cardini, Lydia and Lovico Cardini, Alberto and Maria Carney, Don Michele Carlato, Giuseppe Caronia, Osman Carunogo, Maddalena Cassell, Giuseppe and Teresa Casarato, Don Leto Cassini, Dr. Enzo and Maria Pia Cassini, Giovanni and Delinia, and sisters Christina and Maria Cosolari, Maria and Ciro Corsinelli Garibaldi, Maria Castolda, Filippo and Gina Castilli, Roberto Castracane, Lydia Cataneo, Elena Cecchini, Maria Maddalena C., Angelo and Dina Ciroli, Giorgio Savoli, Laos, Luigi and Josef Cicuti, Mario and Lena Kiderich, Francesco and Amelia Ciancoli, Giuseppe and Angelina Ciacci, Elvenzio Olive Corduri, Ida Colabarlado, Tullio Consalvatico.
Please be sure to light a couple of candles. Thanks to Joanne and Brian. We now call Jim Fessel and Jill Wilcox Fessel. Thank you so much for coming. Is there a particular country of origin from which you'd like to read names?
Last year we did Serbia, so I think we'll do Germany this year.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. You can begin.
Might be easier than this.
I think so. You can begin right there.
Okay.
First name, last name.
Okay, great, thank you.
Margaret Hoffer, Ellie Hoffman, Sister Helena Hoffner and Joseph Hoffner, Fritz and Rosa Holman, Lisa Hollander, Alfred and children Ursula and Walter Holschek, Helena Holzman, Wilhelm Hosenfeld, Paula Hule, Stephanie Hollenhagen, Erica Hotchish, Frida Impekoven, Helena Jacobs, Ida Josh, Otto Hogman, Dr. Michael Jovi, Jean Hulish, daughter Josephine Honberg, and George Johnman, Hafner Kaffler, Mother Anna Hafner, Fritz and Margaret Call, Meta Camp Steinman,
Mother Maria and Helmut Carnap, Clara Koss, Paul, Helena, and son Dr. Paul Kerner, Arthur Ketzer, Rudolph and Lena Kiefert, Clara Kokenstein, Gertrude and Father Kokanowski, Max and Clara Kohler, Adele Cohn, Max Cole. Victoria Kolzer, Walter Kremer, Theodore Kranz, Willie Kranz, Paul Ludwig Krebs, Walter and Annie Kredig, Hedwig Gretschmar, Gunther Kruell, Werner Krum, Walter and Louise Kulka, Frieda Kunz, Gerhard Kursbach, Karl Labs, Vera Lagrange, Elizabeth Landman, Otto Landman, Baron Evert Leringhoven van Freytag, Ellen Lott, Erika and Ilse Losch, Elsa Ledestz, Alfred Leekman, August Liesner, Maria Letnar, Bernard Lichtenberg, Max Lidke, Frieda Lissek, Heinrich and Maria List, Eric Loeb, Dr. Gertrude Luckner, Hans Luma, Ernst and Elfried Loosbrink.
Dr. Herman Maas, Joseph Macock, Frida Bushel Maguire, Gräfin Maria Maltzen, Gerard Margart, Johann and Carla Machotta, Max Mauer, Paul and Rosa Mayer, Albert and Maria de Katrina Mayer, Louise Meyer, Wilhelm Mensching, Margaret Musil, Joseph and Elfried and daughters Hannah and Hertha Weber, Gerda Mays, Father Heinrich Midroff, Bernice Mami Mirbach, and Johann Mitzkush.
George and his wife Dorothy Zimmerman Moring, Richard and Elizabeth Moeller, Otto and Gertrude Moricki, Anna Marie Moeller, Karen Morgenstern, Richard Moser, Elfried and sister Greta Most, Ernst Bruno Motzko, Fritz Mühlhoff, Fritz Müller, Maria and Gerhard Müller, Matthias and Frieda Müller, Herta Müller, Kurt Müller. Dr. Karl Mutschke, Max Nurjaks, Kurt and Ella Neubauer, Dr. Joseph and Hilda Nays, Maria Nickel, Otto Nickel, Fritz Nierman, Otto and Gertrude and Elizabeth Nornberg, Johann Karl Nürnberger, Norberta Oblesser, Heinz and Josephine Odenthal, Erhard and Charlotte Overdick, Friedrich Oppenheim, Adolf Otto, Willy and Anne Otto, Melinda Palme, Otto and Hulda Pankook, Erica and Herbert Potsky, Hedwig Pauli, Vincent and Olga Paulo, Felicia Pauselius, Hubert Pentrop, Wolf Pencil, Ernst Faw, Hubertus Faudner, Paul and Helene Passarius, Karl Plag, Harold and Dorothy Polchow, daughter Angela and Agneta Pohl, Erwin Herbert Manfred and Lily Louise Polatz, and Hedrick and her mother, Hedrick Volker Polsch. Schultz.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Please light. Thank you. Our thanks to Jim and to Jill. And we will continue in our reading of the names of the righteous among the nations with Bob and Nancy Anderson. Thank you so much for coming. So appreciate it. Thank you. Would you like to read names from any particular country of origin?
I'm German and he is. Irish, Swedish.
We've read Germany and France.
Whichever you prefer.
Any Swedish or Irish?
Only one Irish.
It's a very quiet nation.
Well, it's an island. Yeah.
Yes. Any Swedish? Or you could do Poland.
We have done Poland, yeah.
Well, there's a few from Sweden. Why don't we do this? Why don't you start with those?
Okay.
And then you see the way this is all set up.
Yeah.
You know? If I did it, it means you don't really need to be too learned to do this. And then you can just, pick wherever you want and continue on. Okay? Please, go ahead.
Per Anger, Losberg, Carl Iwan Danielson, Elizabeth Hesselblad, Elo Kilgren, Vladimir and Nina Langlet, Pastor Eric Migren, Eric Prey, and Raoul Wallenberg.
Bill Barazetti, Sister Jean Birchmans, Friedel Boney Ryder, August Boney, Frederick Bourne, Abby Jean Bovette, Benedict Bruchweiler, Anton Bueller, Paul and Mary Calme Rosette, Maurice Dubois, Elizabeth Eidenbins, Harold Feller, Anna Reisenflescher, William and Lori Franken, Jean Edward Friedrich, Walter and Emma Giannini, Abby Albert Gross, Paul Greniger, Anne-Marie Imhoff-Piguet, Arthur and Weinmean Ruth Moni Jagard, Arthur and Jeannie Lavignat, Carl and Gertrude Lutz, Emil and Lena Marclay and daughter Marguerite, Rosa Neff, Ernst Brodelet, Fred Raymond, Hans Schlaffert, Martha Schmidt, Jacob Sperrig Reisbacher, Sebastian Steingerg, Margareta Tobler, Ernest von Roofs, Edgard and Elise Wasenfallen, Ernest Whitwer, and Peter Zurcher.
Franziska Abramowitz, Janina and Joseph Abramowitz, Natalia Abramowitz, Wolska and Maria Abramowitz, Janine and Antoni Adamazuk, Helena, Luciana Yadwick, and Ian Adamzik, Jan and Mariana Adamzik, Simon and Veronica, and children Joseph Adamzik, Wanda, mother Milkan Awaska and Anna Adamzik, Stanislaw and Feliska Adamzik, Margarata Adamet, Marie Adamkowitz, Irina Adamkowitz, Jan and Maria, and children Joseph, Janiana, and Stanislaw Adamzik, Joseph and Michelina, and daughter Helena Adamski, Marianne and Irina Adaziak, Christina Adolf, Wanda Ayels Polaska, Wincente and Paulina, and children Joseph and Alfred Alasko, Ignacy and Rosella Abroziak, Julian Abramovic, Maria Anselm, Stefan and Valgeria Anselm, Francisca Ansak, Anjans and Anna, and children Ludwika Antonik, Vincente and Yawiga Adanowitz, Luciana Otanowitz Bauer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please let it go. Thanks to Bob and Nancy. Is Patty here? Patty, you're here. Okay, great. Patty and Tim Węgierski. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Would you like to read names for any particular country of origin? I know just what you mean. Here we are. Okay. She's Italian. I don't think that's going to help. Okay. You can start right there. First name, last name.
First name, last name.
Yeah. Veliki, Zygmunt, Wadwiga, and Helena. Belinsky Casimir, Belinsky Celesta Agnieszka, Basilowitz Kresla, Balu Victoria, and Vicente. Bowers Joseph, Bannock Jan and Anna, Banish Franziszek, Benasik at Franziszek, Bando Stupnika, Bannock Joseph, Bannock Joseph.
First name first and then the last name.
Sophia Bania, Kazimierz Baniak, Wadlasa Benkowska, Selena Barnaton, Joseph Barr, Anna Barn, Boleslaw Barn, Franciszek Barn, Joseph and Lenora Barn, Josephine Barn, Larissa Barn Seawig, Modesta Baranek, Vincenti Baranek, Shosiva and Baranowska, Janina and Baransanka, Jan and Baransky, Zbigniew and Baransky, Helena Barchanowska, Helena Barsikowska, Franciszek Barzak, Joseph Barsinski, Sophia Bart, Jan and Barzak, Marion and Bartzak, Stefina and Bartzak, Eusebia and Bart Koyak, Janawa and Bartazwis, Władysław and Bartaszewski, Juliana and Bartaszkiewicz, Jan and Ludwika Barut, Carolina and Barutzwis, Stefan and Baruts, Anelia and Berilak, Casimir's Berries, Maria and Barzo, Ojacek and Basic, Kladnika and Batalia, Molinda and Batko, Mizislaw and Barterowitz, Maria and Baumgarten, Arena and Bawo, Stanislaw and Bazant, Vincenti and Bazant, Wilod Zimirs and Bazarnik, Felix and Bazidlo, Wakla and Bebak, Valente and Beck, Bednarzik, Bednarska and Sophia and Begnarska.
Well, you were right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And please don't forget to light a candle.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. Okay, we're grateful for Patty and Tim, and now call Kate Devine. She's not here? She's not here. Okay. In that case, we call Leo and Monica Velosa. Hi. Thank you for coming today. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Would you like to read names from any particular country of origin?
I speak Spanish.
Let's see if we have that. Well, there's just a few.
We could read just a couple.
You could read those, or would you, and then is there someplace else?
Well, I think I'm from Cuba. I know there's only one.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Okay, well, you know what, we'll do what we did with some of the others. Read the names that are from Spain, and then feel free to turn to any place else and read, as long as the names are, that's the main thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll come get you. Okay.
Finish them and then you do another country?
Yes.
Okay.
Aguirre y Otegui Martín. Falla Velázquez Concepción. Proped de Callejón Eduardo. Santaella Dr. José y Carmen. Sanz Briz Ángel. Amparo Otero Papo.
María Errázuriz. Ho Feng Shan. Pan Yun Shan. Manuel Antonio Muñoz Borrero. José Arturo Castellanos. Aristides de Sousa Méndez. Carlos Sampaio Garrido.
Bill Barazetti. Sister Jean Berkmans. Friedel Boni Ryder. Augusta Boni. Friedrich Born. Abbe Jean Bovit. Benedict Brunschweiler. Anton Buller. Paul and May Calame Rosette. Maurice Dubois. Elizabeth Eidenbenz. Harold Feller. Anna Reason Flesher. William and Laurie Franken. Jean-Edouard Friedrich. Walter and Emma Giannini. Abbe Albert Gross. Paul Gruninger. Anne-Marie Imhoff Pigot. Arthur and Wilhelmine Ruth Moni Jacquard, Arthur and Jean Lavergnat, Carl and Gertrude Lutz, Emile and Lena Marclay, daughter Marguerite, Rosa Naif, Ernst Prodolet, Fred Riemond, Hans Schaeffert, Martha Schmidt.
Jacob F. Spirigrich-Bacher, Sebastian Steiger, Margareta Tobler, Ernst von Truns, Edgar Annelies Wasserfallen, Ernest Whitwer, Peter Searcher, Salahatin Altkumen, Varian Fry, Martha and Waitsteel Sharp, Louis Gunden,
Sister Walsh Claire Agnes, Albert Bedane, Jack Buckley, Ida and Louise Cook, Charles Coward, Alan Edwards, Willie Fisher, Francis Foley, Jane Haining, Bert Hambling, George Hammond, Bill Keeble, Roger Letchford, Thomas Noble, June Ravenhall, Bill Scruton, Safka Skipwith, Madeline White Steinberg, Elsie Maud Tilney, Stanley Wells.
You know, the names that you read for us every year, the righteous among the nations, are a good way of remembering that there's, even in the darkest night, that there's light. And in a world that's increasingly hard to understand, it's good to know, and it's a comfort not only for us, but a comfort for everyone, to know that there are people that move through the world with kindness and love in their hearts. And that's you, our friends from St. Paul. So we're so grateful for your friendship and your support each and every year. And thank you just so much for coming. We appreciate it. We're grateful. As we continue with the reading of names, our next reader will be Bruce Bronstein. I'm sure that that's not true. Bruce, is there a country of origin from which you'd like to read names? Austria. That, I think, will be this book. So I know you have lists of those names to read, but then it's just first name, last name.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to start with these names. Bill Bear, may his memory be for a blessing. Abraham Bear, Lena Aranka Bear, Eugene Egon Lustig, Nate Gross, Ethel Gross. Charles Brooks, Aaron Grinwald, Gitla Grinwald. Zeev Berg, Gittel Berg, Esther Berg, Miriam Berg, Moshe Berg, Devara Berg. Gazella Shore, Israel Flintenstagen, Coella Gross, Mandel Sprung, Nachman Samueli, Otto Priest, Julius Newman, Genter Mendelssohn, Eric Lemberger, Walter Klein, Matji Honig, Heinrich Handler, Ida David, Misi Burr, Susie Berkenwitz, Margaret Lowenthal, Emmanuel Kopel, Joseph Kellner, Berta Unger, Wilhelm Spira, Edel Connor, Tony Glazer. Hinda Gelber, Leon Barzum, Herman Arnold, Isidore Prosnitz, Martha Fowl, Joseph Tach, Moshe Weiss, Heinrich Kempf, Arnold Huffman, Abraham Fuchs, Berta Frost, Eva Farber, Rila Siener, Elsie Massbaum, Jackal Katz, Baruch Gugik, Ludwig Herzl, Solom Watchman, Raza Semet, David Korsowitz, Rosa Alfred, Whittle Benskowski, Helene Chilf, Jolyn Thorne, Paula Gertner, Frederica Fromer, Lottie Turk, Sabina Drucker, Solomon Hirsch, Caroline Hirsch, Elsie Schwartz, Albert Gamblell, Siegfried Hernstadt, Israel Friedman, Marcus Bettinger, Julius Watchell, Theresa Goldman, Esther Steinberg, Shalem Feller, Fanny Unterberg, Bracha Linderfeind, Mendel Lagstein, Mathilda Cuttenplan, Johanna Medic, Josephine Ashner, Adele Schlesinger, Ethel Goldstein, Benjamin Ehrenhaft, Emma Wallerstein, Renee Safran, Carl Sachs, Gertrude Rosen, Ignaz Popper, Leon Pexinick, Carl Newman, Inga Kleinfeld, Heinrich Klein, Miriam Hilfrich, Manfred Gutman, Heinrich Gudensech, Theresa Mueller, Gabrielle Kahn, Katharina Kluger, Olga Stern, Flora Kneppel, David Jufiter, Rosa Albin, Alfred Treister, Johanna Hacker, Jetty Pollock, Hedwig Weinberger, Berta Klinger, Ida Tauby, Victor Schnitzer, Mina Roth, Riesel Hosterer, Lieb Haber, Ernestine Silberstein, Oscar Schaefer, Josephine Olram, Robert Hollander, Hermine Grieger, Stella Eisenberger, Ilse Blumenfeld, Marie Hofbauer, Elikim Nass, Rudy Baer, Dina Frischman, Berta Rosenbaum, Joseph Bear, Hermine Erzak, Helen Lazar, Heinrich Sommerstein, Emily Barth, Gabriel Weinberger, Greta Nussbaum, Ignaz Littner, David Grunwald, Fanny Frankel, Rosa Angelus, Selma Cohen, Richard Back, Berta Rudolph, Franziska Kahn, Leo Blauner, Ilse Flashner, Berta Kersner, Alfred Freudenheim, Paula Fuchs, Vilma Deutsch, Jana Friedler, Betty Allstadter, Regina Gross, Sarah Keston, Tony Sapera, Anna Rubinger, Anna Herman, Edward Deutsch, Gertrude Jaeger, Hilda Frankel, Jacques Engelberg, Scylla Gold, Jana Hausman, Pepe Dischel, Otto Schimmerling, Richard Weiner, Anna Weisberger, Simon Passerina, Alex Eritzer, Jakob Lieberman, Rosa Weiser, Herman Katz, Max Gruber, Mania Winkler, Frida Ehrlich, Marcus Schreier, David Kowalek, Joachim Fine, Claudine Frankel, Fanny Werner, Mary Jonitz, Clara Zentner, Albert Klauber, Moses Gottlieb, Moses Hertberg, Rachel Mantell, Sarah Didner, Pauline Eulis, Max Meth, Otto Strauss, Marie Lang, Bruno Klangsbrunn, Carl Berger, Hinko Frankel, Erna Eckhaus, Kathy Kellerman, Hilda Duckenzeiler, my apologies, Adolf Drahaus, Raphael Mersdorf, Rosa Grunwald, Sigmund Rosencheck, Hilda Borger, Greta Picker, Arthur Krindle, David Hochberg, Anton Hess, Israel Diamant, Eliza Abend, Abraham Jura, Eleanor Schnabel, Alexander Wolf, Maria Fauerreisen, Benem Kosener, Joseph Madry, Chaim Lonenfeld, Jacob Goldberg, Chaim Garten, Shlomo Dressler, Mortis Pollock, Heidi Hirschfeld, Emery Byler, Bernhard Schallinger, Moses Tenenhaus, Bertha Lowery, Siegfried Galib, Henriette Reinfeld, Siegbert Bauer, Ida Marcus, Anna Tosh, Marie Halfin, Carl Kahn, Emil Roche, Joseph Krumholtz, Haya Weintraub, Elizabeth Lichtenstein, Malwina Prezelmeijer, Yolan Fischer, Bettina Lieberman, Nettie Koenig, Walter Durenheim, Itzhak Rosenzweig, Berta Pecht, Gitla Messer, Hans Melzer, Edith Keller, Kana Garin Fonket, Renee First, Jashi Esther Scher, Max Eckhaus, Herta Boris, Otto Bondi, Mathilda Kahn, Jetty Pick, Sophie Kellner, Regine Haber, Sophie Stadler, Carl Schwartz, Simon Pelsman, Lucia Lesner, Victor Lantner. Chinkak. I'm done.
Thanks, Bruce.
My pleasure.
Light a candle, please.
Okay.
And if you haven't already, sign in and
I did.
Thank Thanks for doing this. We appreciate it. Our thanks to Bruce Bronstein. Mark Cohen is our next reader. Mark, do you want to read names from any particular country of origin? Poland, okay. First name and last name. Yeah, that's what we.
Just the names.
Just the names.
Not the,
Right.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. On behalf of Arlene Zilker, Mr. and Mrs. Frankfurt. On behalf of Bernice and Al Firestone, the entire Moretsky family, Aaron Moretsky, Malka. On behalf of Rosalind Franklin, Micha Pachrat, Abraham Pagrach, Johanna Pagrach, Samuel Pagrach, Manuel Pagrach, Wieczke Franken, Rosette Franken. On behalf of Randy Gershwin, Michael Klebansky. On behalf of Harold Greenberg, Shlomo Dragon, Abraham Dragon. On behalf of Yvette Gutkin, Rosa Seagal, Simon Seagal. Chinka Rob, Sprinka Fajerman, Gabrielle Feldgress, Hers Ellenberg, Jakow Gorodzenski, Liu Tern, Shlomo Herzlich-Kowitz, Mechel Smukler, Chaim Zajak, Oleg Schumacher, Raphael Hochberg, David Dobroslanka, Shmuel Nagar, Yichel Weihnacht, Akiba Sashtunk, Shalom Wedgman, Fiscal Minkowski, David Babat, Jakow Kukier, Henia Mearson, Joseph Newman, Sipa Fajnauber, Bechalel Kas, Moishe Novofastovsky, Brachia Matris, Nachum Schlumper, Rachel Suster, Salka Suldman, Shlomo Ziedenfeld, Miriam Shmuel, Israel Schlesinger, Sabek Ehrlich, Chajim Stulsaft, Silka
Sieradka, Menucha Kruk, Nochem Chorosushka, Shlomo Schach, Abraham Dunsinger, Chaja Rot, Fega Wigdorowitz, Jacob Tell, Pessa Weltzman, Rebecca Lowenberg, Basia Frischwasser, Henia Westreich, Zisa Waldkes, Gisza Latucha, Chaim Redman, Chava Balmal, El Papier, Gerson Glus, Ides Lachman, Jecheskiel Junglewirt, Katia Palaju, Bracha Strasberg, Mendel Cistern, Pinkas Scher, Rosalja Wolfson, Simcha Winter, Uzzer Smajvisky, Abraham Finkelstein, Benjamin Liu, Chaja Lifka, Chazkel Drut, Eljahu Sad, Kahitil Shul Sleeper, Joseph Kopp, Pinkas Hamialuski, Chana Spiegel, Gitla Twersky, Michal Hoffman, Mirjam Kudkowitz, Pearl Drucha, Rizel Zelcher, C. Shazakiewicz, Simon Pomerank, Moshe Roskjan, Shmuel Milstein, Abraham Markovich, Chana Saja, Gnendel Papier, Joseph Nawarski, Yosef Loeffler, Jacob Spritzer, Aszer Chadjet, Simcha Koplowitz, Shaul Koch, Moshe Kutawillo, Chune Gaber, Rosja Klukerman, Tobsi Zashowitz, Abiz Dichterman, Beryl Schulman, Chaja Milech, Chaya Grubstein, Elimelech Lenzer, Genenda Wolgrach, Ikhak Zolot Niki, C.P. Hersowitz, Abraham Pinkzuk, Mirjam Waxman, Chaja Semjowitz, Chana Wax, Rosia Friesman, Dawid Timjansky, Tovia Jakubowicz, Zygmunt Bra, Bila Schwarzberg, Henja Schiafran, Chana Wasserman, Dawid Weisberg, Trajna Srelebrolo, Hirsch Wrestler, Jacob Wisnisier, Joel Wilderman, Chawa Eisenberg, Mala Truk, Merem Selanet, Nacha Salamowitz, Rachel Rajnal, Rivka Goldwasser, Moshe Lowenberg, Bella Kukierman, Joachim Leshner, Rivka Sterngold, Chaja Weismarder, Slomek Rechtman, Rosa Rosenblatt.
Polish names are hard. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, of course.
And be sure to light a candle as well. Yeah, you can, Barbara will take them. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And Laurie Rothman will be our next reader. Laurie, would you like to read names from any particular country of origin?
Poland?
Okay, then you can continue right here. His first name and last name, they're very often very hard to pronounce, but
my best.
whatever you can do is fine.
Okay. Jacques Julejeb, Joseph Schlechter, Jehuda Schlim, Laser Siepli, Hers Shinowowicz, Minaj Aptel, Moja Winauer, Rachel Martyr, Zaiska Guzgorn, Zloma Zipreiser, Etel Zizenkia, Abraham Stawakowski, Beryl Kirk, Moja Chayet, Reichela Witlaufer, Sijia Matojowicz, Bera Wien, Chen Blesbeck, Chaim Dovidochi, Joel Bernstein, Meyer Scope, Zenjanel Chaizi, Chawa Banker, Joseph Gorzasanjensky, Pinchas Diatelwiki, Yisrael Helkman, Avraham Newman, Chaim Chazazantzik, Chana Zlozover, Dwora Goldmink, Frida Cesaranik, Herz Chinizik, Abraham Fruchtman, Joseph Stiglik, Shrag Platkiewicz, Ruben Grable, Mose Feglis, Pearl Raver, Rizel Schwarz, Shlomo Sinchik, Simon Kurtstein, Zlati Borenstein, Basya Finkelman, Chaim Lokik, Chana Ziboreski, Shmuel Slapobereski, Fredel Miniker, Trudy Kadinsky, Herkel Palek,
Joseph Licht, Mordechai Goldstoff, Bracha Wisnicki, Mordechai Flamer, Nachum Weisberg, Rachela Rakauer, Mazia Spauer, Rachel Gauzy, Frida Karner, Beryl Zeitel, Dukia Zagil, Israel Ringewurz, Berko Zachonowicz, Yakov Lubransky, Hensky Honik, Yosef Korland, Yona Snee, Lunek Wagner, Meilich Satel, Chaim Zayong, Pasla Salzburg, Reisel Yagid, Sianka Neufeld, Mose Zdub, Ignaki Krieger, Basha Mani, Chaim Matzowick, Chanok Stazeski, Dwora Starslabat, Raya Kiers, Kunia Silupski, Yakov Krawick, Yazua Halberstam, Chaim Zaidi, Maria Horowitz, Mosey Migdal, Chana Smuggler, Razel Dibenstein, Shia Razor, Zulim Schwarzberg, Rachel Weintraub, Ari Swierk, Bracha Snedger, Chana Goldfisher, Israel Sabiro, Ezriel Lipsick, Chaim Spiller, Ziv Zyberwasser, Yechel Rosenkrank, Label Makowski, Beres Mink, Miriam Buchner, Henak Gulkowitz, Pinchas Germantel, Rivka Koper, Dvora Kahane, Uzler Potas, Fela Perlwinmacher, Benjamin Haller, Hirsch Zirtok, Chaim Schneider, Ziprinz Pupko, Gedel Markovitz, Ikach Seyer, Yankel Schuster, Yuda Webschneider, Franja Grodinetsky, Mitek Rosenzweig, Michael Fersht, Frieda Lichtenberg, Mose Sviel, Sruel Weltman, Tony Junger, Yenti Mirmelstein, Motel Eppel, Schneidel Dichter, Zalman Brandstetter, Chaim Salomonovich, Elyash Swire, Israel Lewin, Laser Schneider, Nachum Shlomowitz, Abraham Schultz, Frima Goldstein, Moshe Zeijenband, Chana Yakubowicz, Rivka Sibula, Zepsel Zukatiwi, Yaakov Pfeffer, Azik Glasman, Brainia Lewin, Chana Hochspiegel, Zippa Serepi, Yaakov Visna, Chava Riberger, Israel Ravner, Jerzy Koengstein, Leah Zvi, Meyer Chayit, Mosey Weinberg, Leah Maj, Rachel Steyer, Sarah Gutman, Shlomo Weidman, Edel Purser, Alexander Borenstein, Haya Skotils, Moshe Strauber, Chaim Fajenboj, Labish Berkowitz, Gittel Teitelbaum, Israel Goldarbiter, Label Weiderman, Yazek Zlapaznik, Yosef Stieper, Miriam Rosenswagel, Moryem Singo, Rivka Friedmacher, Zywel Tuziniski, Chaya Zelonka, Nachum Stumacher, Setya Rappaport, Zipporah Guzinski, Chaya Chaimovich, Eta Zadenkreig, Israel Zeiblerzak, Lippi Steger, Paula Gerzanowicz, Alexander Wassenblum, Gittel Setzer, Rosia Strasberg, David Werner, Ujer Rezerwich, Abraham Hofstadter, Beres Dickerman, Chaya Zapria, Zvi Bernstein, Etla Nepadov, Chaya Favidolitz, Yosef Pravda, Yehuda Gottman, Label Pave, Simile Puterman, Zygus Backenroth, Moshe Weiss, Rachel Grossfeld, Rivka Gerzanovich, Stepsel Dibner, Yaakov Sporer, Abraham Zelechowiski, Beryl Taumim, Chaya Zdernlicht, Israel Gottlieb, Nechama Zwilker, Chaya Kartowski, Mordechai Bronstein, Yak Nederoff, Kayla